Thank you for connecting us.
Connecting नहीं है, contacting. Read it again.
Okay.
आराम से पढ़िए, जोर से पढ़िए, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Thank you for contacting us.
क्या लिखा है यहाँ पर? Thank you for
Contact us.
contacting होगा. It's not contact us. Thank you for contacting us. किसी ने आप contact किया है, so मतलब you are responding to that person, right? So thank you for contacting us. Thank you for getting in touch with us. Okay, so thank you for contacting us. Go ahead, read the next one. पहले हिंदी में पढ़िए क्या लिखा है.
Sorry sir, I can't read Hindi.
No problem. Read the English. What do you see is correct? In Hindi it says आशा है आप अच्छे हैं. So hope you are
Hope you are doing
well. Correct. Correct. It's correct. Hope you are doing well. It's correct. Hope you're doing well, and then you can start as well. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Krishna, go ahead. Read the next slide.
My apologies for the delay in getting back to you.
Yeah. Again, this is unnecessary. To be honest with you, my apologies for the delay in getting back to you is unnecessary. To be honest with you, I personally would prefer apologies for the delayed response. That's it. You don't have to emphasize so much that, my apologies for the delay in getting back to you. It's understood. You don't need to use the word you because it's understood you are replying to the person, right? आपको पता है किसको आप reply कर रहे हो. So apologies for the delayed response is understood that your response is there was a delay in response to that person. So you don't need to use this. This is not incorrect to use it, but I'm just stating is unnecessary, extra words which are not needed, to be honest. My apologies for the delay in getting back to you. Complicated sentence. Don't need that complex sentence. Unnecessary words. Apologies for the delayed response. Simple. Keep it simple. This is not a personal email, right? This is a professional email that you're typing. So the lesser the words, the more the impact. Okay. Go ahead. Read the next one. It's the same thing. Sorry for the
delay. Sorry for the delay.
Read the next one.
Apologies. My apologies for the delay in getting back to you.
Again, the same thing. Not needed. To be honest, not needed. Just use apologies for the delayed response. It's fine. You don't have to go out of your way to explain that you're sorry. You're sorry. That's fine. You are apologizing. That's good enough. This is not a personal email. This is a professional email. So the lesser the words, more the impact. Okay. Just give me a minute. I'm going to share my screen with you guys in a minute. Okay. Then we will read some pointers on how to read emails. Okay. Or how to write emails. Sorry. Just
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you told that, sir, in the first, sir, if we don't know the person's name, then you, sir, use dear. So,
no,
sir,
no, I didn't say that. What I meant is, dear sir or madam / madam can be used when you don't know the person's name.
Oh, yes, sir, yes.
Yeah. So आपको पता नहीं है कि किसको आप ईमेल भेज रहे हो और आपको उनका जेंडर भी पता नहीं है. You don't know who the concerned person is, right? So you can just type dear sir / madam. Okay. If you don't know the gender of the person that you're sending the email to. You can also start the email by stating that generally this to whom it may concern is used for both. You can use it for the letter as well as for the email. You can use it. There's no harm in that. But I will share some tips, okay, that we can use for email writing. Okay, just give me a minute. First, let's complete the topic. So anyone who's just joined, yeah. Dipali, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dipali, go ahead, read the slide, and then I'm going to share my screen once we're done with this. Okay.
Further to our conversation. हमारे संवाद के आधार पर.
Just give me a minute, guys. Just give me a minute. Let me change my mouse here. It's getting stuck. Better. Yes, can you read the slide again?
Further to our conversation, हमारे संवाद के आधार पर.
Conversation.
Conversation.
Further to our conversation. Okay. So this, ये कब use होगा? When do you think this is used?
Sir, I have just joined.
No problem. Just generally, if so, when we start the email, anyone can reply. Guys, when do you think this is used? Further to our conversation. क्या मतलब है? Sentence का क्या मतलब है?
Next conversation. After now.
Further to our conversation. What is the meaning of the sentence?
Sir,
Forget
on
when you
the
use it.
basis of our conversation, we have
Which conversation?
stated this.
Previous conversation, right?
Previous conversation.
Yes, exactly. So when you say further to our conversation means conversation uske aage बढ़ते हुए. So further to our conversation. This is in reference to the conversation that you had with that person earlier. Okay. So further to our conversation and then you continue. Okay. Just give me a minute. Go ahead, read the next slide, Dipali.
Dear Sachin, further to our conversation, I am pleased to confirm your interview on Tuesday. Regards, Pooja.
Yeah. Gods, then you have screen. Dear Sachin, further to our conversation. Yep. So this is the start here. Dear Sachin, further to our conversation, I'm pleased to confirm your interview on Tuesday. Regards, Pooja. Okay. Good. Go ahead. Read the next one.
अपने संवाद के आधार पर मैं हमारी मीटिंग की पुष्टि करना चाहती हूँ.
Okay.
Further, I would.
अपने संवाद के आधार पर मैं हमारी मीटिंग की पुष्टि करना चाहती हूँ. It's confirming our meeting. Further to our conversation. Go ahead. Further to our conversation, I would like to.
Further to our conversation, I would like to confirm our meeting.
Correct. Further to our conversation, I'd like to confirm our meeting. Go ahead. Read the next slide.
Dear Mr. Mishra, thank you for your email and sorry for the delayed response. I was on a vacation. I have looked at your documents and will get back to you with our proposal next week. Regards, Sachin.
Okay. So yes, this, as I mentioned earlier, that this is appropriate. Thank you. You can sorry for the delayed response or apology, or just if you, because you're thanking someone, so that's fine. Thank you for your email and apologies for the delayed response. I'd still prefer to use the word apologies than sorry. There's nothing wrong in using sorry. Apologies sounds a little better. I was on a vacation. I have looked at your documents and will get back to you with our proposal next week. Simple, short. This is basically what you're doing is you are replying to the person and you're telling them that you've read the email. So you don't have an answer right now, but you are simply confirming, this is like confirmation that you've read the email, and then you are replying. Okay. Right, one more slide, then I will share my screen. Shivani, go ahead, read the next slide. Shivani, you're on mute. Go ahead, read the next slide.
Yeah, okay. Regards, सादर. ईमेल का अंत भी अभिवादन करना चाहिए. अधिकतर लोग ईमेल के अंत में रिगार्ड्स लिखते हैं. बेस्ट विशेस, काइंड रिगार्ड्स, थैंक यू आदि भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं. सिंसियरली, साभाव निष्ठा से.
Okay, good. I will share my screen. Okay. I will share my screen and ask you to individually read it. Okay. Just allow me one more minute. All right. Okay. Share my screen. Go. I hope you all can see the topic. Can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a minute. Krishna, go ahead, read the start.
Email subject.
Just a minute. Yeah, go ahead. No, start from here. Email. Every email.
Every email you are right has the same basic structure. Subject line, greeting, email body, and closing. But as with every written form of professional communication, there's a right way to do it and standards that should be followed. Here's how to write a proper email.
Thank you. Shivani, can you continue?
Subject line. The subject line could be the most important
Can you
part.
read this again? Can you read this word again?
Okay. Subject line.
You know why I asked you to read it again, right?
I know.
Read it again. Subject line.
Subject
No,
line.
what you're reading is the. Sabzi jaise kehte hain. That way. So sabji, that again is ja. Yeah, actually, that's a good example. You can use that ja. Sabji, you can pronounce the word sabji, right?
Subject.
Yeah, yes. Simple. So you see how we learn from different languages. So that's the same ja here that you need to pronounce.
All about different languages, sir. I have problem with ja.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is how we learn from different languages. So the word, if you pronounce it in Hindi, is correct. Use the same pronunciation for English. Can you pronounce the word sabji?
Sabji.
Now it's correct. Then there's no problem with ja. So now read subject.
Subject.
No, subject. Same ja that you use in sabji, use it in subject.
Subject.
Yeah, you're getting there. Read it again. You'll get it right.
My situation is like that. Someone standing in my class and you just tell to your subject. Okay.
No.
Subject.
Yeah. See, now you pronounce it right. Subject. It's correct.
Okay. Okay. Can I continue, sir?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The subject line.
Again, mistake. Start again. Ja. Keep reminding yourself. Ja. Subject.
The subject line.
Better.
Could be the most important part of the email, though it's often overlooked in favor of the email body. But if you are cold emailing someone or just establishing a professional relationship, your subject line can entice people to open the message as well as set expectation about what's enclosed. On the other hand, a poorly crafted or generic subject line like hi or you don't want to miss those
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Can
fine.
deter the reader and result in your email landing in the spam folder.
Yeah.
Okay. Spend double the amount of time crafting the right subject line as you do on the body, because if they don't open the mail, it doesn't matter. Says, what is this?
Cole Schaefer, the name of the person. Yes.
Says Cole Schaefer, founder and copy chief of Honey Coffee.
Yeah, that's the name of a company. That's fine. So you see, the last line that you read, the word was correct, but earlier you made a mistake. A couple of other words. Establishing.
Establishing.
Now it's correct.
Establishing.
No, the second time you made a mistake. The first time you read now was correct. Establishing.
Establishing.
Correct. Establishing.
So I want
Professional.
to know what professional.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, I want to know what is meaning of cold emailing.
I will. Cold calling. You've heard the term cold calling. Sales calls जो आते हैं हमको दिन भर 1000 कॉल आते हैं महीने में. That's called sales calls. Those are called cold calling, and the emails that you get are called cold emailing.
Unwanted mails, that's called cold emailing.
Cold emailing, cold calling, basically you don't know the person who you're sending it to. I mean, it's not that the person is a client of your company or you have a professional relationship or engagement with that person. It's randomly. आपको email addresses मिलते हैं. अभी nowadays it's very easy. You all must have noticed that if you go on Facebook and you click on one of the ads, or if you go on a website and you click on that ad, that particular ad will appear everywhere. Even you will get emails, right? अगर मैंने गलती से कहीं, they'll keep sending you, they'll keep sending you reminders till the time you end up buying that product. So exactly. That's a different aspect, but just as an example, it's like it's recorded. Your email address, your details are recorded, and you keep getting emails about different things. एक बार आपने अगर किसी कंपनी में या किसी let's say एक प्रोफेशनल कोर्स के लिए आपने अपना ईमेल एड्रेस या कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स दे दिए, तो आपको साल भर उसमें उसके ईमेल्स आते रहेंगे जब तक आप या तो उसे ब्लॉक ना कर दो या तो आप रजिस्टर ना कर दो. So that's how it is. So that's cold calling. Yeah, exactly. Cold calling and cold emailing is the same thing. Subject line, guys, is very important. Why? Because the last part is very important. Spend double the amount of time crafting the right subject line as you do on the body, that's the body of the email, because if they don't open, it doesn't matter. Like for example, अगर आपको किसी कंपनी को कहना है कि आपका प्रोडक्ट जो है वो उसमें डिफेक्ट है, okay, you want to get the replacement. Your subject line should be what? What should be your subject line? If there's a product that you've bought, XYZ, whatever computer, let's say a laptop that you've bought from whatever company, and you want to replace that because there's a fault, there's a defect in that, what should be the subject line? Anyone can answer. That's fine.
Replacing the product.
Okay, you're replacing the product. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Give me another subject line. There's no right or wrong. You can feel what you feel is, you can share what you feel is appropriate.
Sir, fault in the device.
Yeah, faulty device. Yeah, good. Faulty device can be, yeah, faulty device is fine. The first one is a little appropriate. Why? Because faulty device sounds a little generic. Replacement, okay, replacement, using the word replacement, because if your intention is to replace that, you can use replacement of a faulty device or laptop, whatever, computer, okay? So request to, or you can also write request to replace my faulty. It can be long, it's fine. The subject line, there's no rule as such. You can write whatever as long as it's clear. So replacing my faulty, request to replace a faulty device. Request to replace a faulty device. Now, अगर इसी को आपने समझ लीजिए आपके लैपटॉप का मॉडल नंबर लिख के भेजा सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट लाइन में, the chances are that the person who's reading it might miss out on that, right? Because you are simply stating the subject, in the subject line, you are simply stating the name of the device. That doesn't serve the purpose, right? Your purpose is to get them to notice that there's a problem with your device and you want a replacement. So that's why it's very important that you spend a subject line. Like for example, time on the subject line. Let's say for example, आप किसी कंपनी के साथ negotiations में हो, there is an ongoing negotiation, and you have already shared some emails prior to that. So take a reference from that in reference to, generally when there is a back and forth email, then the subject line stays the same. Why? Because you know that that is the point of communication. So आप उसी पे उसी को forward करोगे किसी को या उसी पे reply करोगे. So then generally the subject line is not of a concern because it stays the same. 10 या 15 emails भेजे आपने back and forth to different departments, to your clients, etc. Subject line generally stays the same. Sometimes when you are routing it to your internal departments, you cannot type or you cannot copy the client's email address in that so that they don't know your internal conversation, right? You don't need to state everything to the client. In that case, you can type a fresh email to your internal department. But if you're sending it to the client, 5 or 6 emails over a period of time, the subject line stays consistent. So that, again, that's not a problem. That takes care of the subject line. But just remember that whatever the reference is, whatever your subject is, the main body of the email is, that subject line should be in reference to that body of the email. पता चला आपने लिखा है subject line कुछ और body of the email is something completely different. Then that doesn't serve the purpose. So remember that, okay? Shivani, can you read the first line once again?
Okay, so it's a very, it's very tough task to me to again repeating this word.
The more you repeat, the better you'll get. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. The subject line.
Okay, I'll help you. Okay. Read when you break the word. Okay, always break the word when you have a difficulty in pronouncing certain words. So, sub, read sub. Ject. Good, correct, absolutely right. Again, read sub. Ject. Correct, that's absolutely right. Now read subject. Correct, you got it. Subject. Very good. I'll write some words. Just read
I'm
that.
thinking in my mind that I'm emphasizing some words, and that's the problem. I know this is my problem.
Emphasize in the right way. Now, when you emphasize sub and ject, you are emphasizing on the right word. So subject. You pronounce the word jack. Jill. Jacket. So you don't have a problem with J. Jump. Joy. Yeah. So there's no problem with J. You are pronouncing the words right. So there's no problem with the word J and Z. It's just in your mind. So when probably the letter J is in the middle of a word, that's when you generally have a problem. But there's no problem per se in terms of the letter. Otherwise, you would have pronounced all the words with Z. You would have pronounced it as Zack and Zil and Zacket. But that's not a thing. You are pronouncing it right. So there's no problem. It's just that when the letter is in between, like for example, let's say one more word. Yeah. Read this word.
Abject.
Abject and object. Correct. It's correct. So subject, object, abject. Correct. No problem. Just focus on the word j. That's it. Remember,
okay,
when
can I say frequently subject and object? It's right.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Can I? Okay. So when I say these words in a flow like subject, object. So I think I pronounced wrong. That's
you pronounce it wrong. Right now you pronounce it wrong. Yes, again you said z in place of j. So in your free time, just write all the words with j, and not just starting with j, but actually the words that have j in the middle, okay, in between. So in the middle of a word. So subject, object, abject. Just read all the words like that, and you will be able to complete it. Okay.
After my turn, I'm just repeating the word sabji.
Yeah, so yeah, it's correct. So the j is correct. When you pronounce it in Hindi, that's what I meant. We all have problems with certain pronunciations. There's nothing wrong in that. We all do have, because we learn multiple languages over a period of time. So with one language, like English, for example, we do have problems with certain words. There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing to feel bad about it. It's just that the more you practice, the better you become. Everyone has a problem. And generally, the problem comes not when you're reading the word individually. Generally, the problem happens when you're reading a sentence. That's when the problem happens. So keep repeating the words in your mind, as well as rather read it loudly so that you can clear your tongue, as they say, and repeat it so that. And that's why I said when you read the word in Hindi, your pronunciation is absolutely right. So that same j you have to use in subject, object, abject. Okay.
So in Hindi, I also face problem when the word is ja, is the first
Ja
letter of word that that is right. But when ja is in middle of the word, so that time I have facing same problem.
That's okay, no problem. Just work on the pronunciation. Sometimes j and z are a common mistake that is made in Hindi and Urdu because of the origin of the word. So that's fine. It happens. Look at the word, understand the pronunciation, keep repeating it. That's the only way to improve your pronunciation. Okay. All right,
Okay.
let's continue. Dipali, can you continue with the next one? Openers.
Openers. In most email writing situations, you will want to include a quick greeting to acknowledge the reader before diving into your main message or request. The exception: when you are on an email chain with close colleagues, it often becomes more natural to drop the opener as well as the closing, though it may initially feel like a fox pass. It signals a better professional rapport.
Rapport. Okay.
Rapport.
Rapport. Yes, rapport. That's so. Though it may. So here, basically, what it means is, in email writing, most email writing situations, you'll want to include a quick greeting. What are the greetings that we discussed? Thank you for your email. Okay.
Yes.
Apologies for the delayed response. That, in a way, is an opening line itself, right? Now, also, you can also use like, hope you're doing well, or good morning, good evening. That is also fine. In an email, you can also use good morning, good evening, hope you're doing well. Okay, hope you're doing well. That is also something you can use. Okay, hope you're doing well. Or let's say, for example, a lot of, many people, they type happy Monday, happy Friday. Okay. Generally, that is used at the end of the email. However, at the start, you can use like the title. Obviously, you need to use hi or dear sir, dear Mr., dear sir, dear madam. Okay, whatever it is, or just the name. Hi. If you're comfortable using the first name, it's fine. Generally, in India, we don't do that. But yeah, hi, Mr. Okay, whatever, Smith, whatever it is. Okay, then you start it. So for pass basically means a blunder or an embarrassing situation that can happen. So what it basically means is, in most email writing situations, you want to include a quick greeting to acknowledge the reader before diving into your main message or request. The main message or the request is the body of the email. The exception, when you are on an email chain, what does this mean? Abhi jo maine example diya jahan par, what is the meaning of an email chain, Dipali?
Sir, forwarding the email.
ईमेल चेन का मतलब है एक ही ईमेल को 5 या 6 बार टू एंड फ्रो हुआ है जो
Yes.
email chain of email जिसे कहते हैं. I need the chain of email, meaning right from the first conversation to the latest conversation, it's the chain of email. So here it says specifically when you are on an email chain with close colleagues, आपके साथ में बैठा हुआ है, I mean the guy is sitting next to you in the same department, it becomes more natural to drop the opener as well as the closing. जरूरत नहीं है, आप एक ही email पे काम कर रहे हो, again and again to type, hope, thank you for your email, good morning, good evening, not needed. Just write Mrs. Smith or hi, the name, hi Amit, for example, and then start directly the body. You don't need to say, thank you for your email, I'm looking into this. Don't need to be very formal, extremely formal, because you're talking about a close colleague. Sometimes even with the clients, if it's just abhi aapne email bheja hai kisi ko 2 minute pehle, the person replies in 5 minutes, you are replying again. You again don't have to go with good morning, good evening, because this is a conversation that you're having with a person. So ghari ghari aap usi cheez ko good morning, good evening, I hope you have a wonderful day. Have a
Yes.
happy Friday. Not needed. Extra words, है ना? Why? Because a chain of email है. मैं बात करते वक्त अगर ऐसे बात करते रहूं, तो how will it sound? Not right, isn't it? So that's why it's like an embarrassment if you keep typing the same thing again. So avoid that. It signals a better professional rapport. Rapport basically the communication, the rapport, the relation that you share. So professional relationship. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Anyone who's just joined. Okay. Soumya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Read this next slide.
Body. The body of email is the meat of your message, and it must have a clear and specific purpose,
Very important.
such as getting feedback on a presentation or arranging a meeting with a new client. It should also be concise.
Concise. Precise. Concise. Yes.
Concise.
To the point. Yes.
That way, people will be more inclined to read it rather than skimming it and risking missing critical information. If you can boil it down to a few choice sentences.
1 second. So basically here what it means is when you say people are more, when it is concise, जब भी आप email पढ़िए, अगर email को एक ऐसे की तरह लिखा गया होगा, if there is a story, no one will read it, right? इतना time नहीं है. This is a professional environment. What you need is that's why we use something called as this, the pointers, right? ये कई बार हमको जब bullet points use करने होते हैं, so that's a very good way because it's easier for you to read. आपको अगर मैं एक पैसेज में लिख के दूं किसी चीज को पढ़ने के लिए 10 चीजें हैं और उसकी अलावा आई मीन इन प्लेस ऑफ दैट I replace it with bullet points, you'll feel it that it's much easier to read because the bullet points है, extra words नहीं है, extra sentences नहीं है, points है. So इसीलिए to ensure that people don't skim it, ऐसे ही देख लिया, सिर्फ ऊपर से देख लिया, उसमें क्या होता है कि you end up missing what happens when someone ends up skimming through that. उसमें होता क्या है कि बहुत सारी क्रिटिकल इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो मिस हो जाती है. अगर आपने बहुत ज्यादा लिख लिया है तो उसमें आपके जो इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स है वो मिस हो जाएंगे. इसीलिए वो कहते हैं कि दैट्स व्हाई अवॉइड राइटिंग टू मच. सो ईदर बीइंग टू इनफॉर्मल और बीइंग टू
Good evening, everyone. Pro learners, quickly join the Zoom meeting. All right, students, sharing the topic. So yesterday we had a topic, is it beneficial to learn a second language? Today our topic is music has a healing power. On your screens, this. Music has healing power. This is what we are going to discuss today. Please prepare your answers. And once you are ready, please raise your hands and say, ma'am, I want to speak. Lovepreet, you are asking, ma'am, what is healing power? Healing power is heal karna matlab theek karna kisi cheez ko. So you must have seen that when you are sad, you like to listen to music. Why? Because you find it relaxing, stress free, right? So music has healing powers. All right, students, sharing the topic. One second. Yes, sorry. So as I was saying, so healing means ठीक करना, heal करना किसी चीज को. For example, some people like meditation. So they meditate because they feel के meditation heals them. So in the same way, music has healing power. Music में healing power होती है. So what you need to answer whether you agree or disagree with this. Yes, I completely agree that music has healing power, and give reasons to your answer. No, I don't think music has healing power, and then give your reasons that why not. Okay. Devashish, I have explained it many times to you. If you want to speak in my class, you have two options: either subscribe or buy pro membership. I have sent you this link. Please check in the comment box. https helloenglish.com pro purchase. Click on this link. You will get all the information that how much you have to pay. I want to be a pro membership nahi. I want to be a pro member. I want to buy. If you want to buy, please click on this link. I've sent you 4 times. Hindvi, if you want to speak, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Today's topic is music healing of power. The music is
Has a healing power.
Today's topic is music has healing of power. The music is form of a melody that smooth into our body, making us feel refreshment and relax of all the and stress of our face in everyday life. It is not just a part of entertainment, but also get a way of healing the pain. It makes us forget about
Makes us.
make us forget about
Forget, not forgot. Forget about
impatient and disturbing thoughts and make us to word of melody that give us the most feeling in the entire world. Music can bring back old memories of our lives. Whatever the problem we may have falls flows out of our brain, and we say by listening to the prescribed music. It also helps the doctor or psychologist to identify the state we are going through. Therefore, would you to conclude my speech by the saying the music is an effective way to healing our stress. Thank you, ma'am.
very well spoken. Hindvi. Hindvi, just try to speak more. You have spoken very well. Your points were very valid. थोड़ा सा verb का ध्यान रखना है. जैसे it के साथ verb में s and es लगेगा, right? हम ये already पढ़ चुके हैं हमारी grammar वाली क्लास में. तो इस चीज का थोड़ा आप ध्यान रखा करो, ठीक है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Next we have yes, who wants to speak? Tanisha, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
When I talk about music, what things comes in my mind? Like there is a sound around me, and I am listening the sound, and which kind of sound I am feeling relaxed, and I want to listen more. So, like music is not only a music is like a sound, but there are many kinds of sound around us. So if we are take the sound in a certain way, so means uh, it's make a uh, it's make a different sound, like we are talking about. So this is also sound. if we make the sound in a different way, like we are playing a sound in a different and unique way, so it's make a music. So yes, without any word and without saying anything, we can feel the music. We can talk and we can shout. Sometimes we are laughing, sometimes we are very happy, so uh, uh, we talk to others. This is also sound. But when we are very happy and we want to listen something, so the music and the tone which make us happy and relax,
Make
which
subject verb agreement, which
which
makes us happy.
मैम us के साथ भी वो makes आएगा.
Which किसके साथ लगा रहे हो आप? us आपका सब्जेक्ट नहीं है तनीषा.
Okay.
सब्जेक्ट वर्ब अग्रीमेंट होता है. us आपका ऑब्जेक्ट है.
Yes ma'am, yes.
आप म्यूजिक की बात कर रहे हो, साउंड की बात कर रहे हो, वो सिंगुलर है दोनों चीजें. तो
Yes,
साउंड which makes us feeling happy or which
Happy.
makes us happy.
Yes, and there is the best thing I want to share, that if I am singing in a Tamil, if I start singing in Bengali and Maharashtra, you will not feel happy because you don't know the language of Bengali, Marathi, and another language.
Yes.
But if I sing, if I start
Singing.
sounding like in a tone like piano and guitar, you will feel happy. There is no need to put the words on the by listening the sound. So that thing is the best thing. Even sorry, either we are in the out of country or in our India, so there is no need to use certain words and certain kind of language for hearing the sounds. Now my son is also making some sound. I have to go in another room. I'm sorry. So there are many kind of sounds, but which sounds we make us very feel. Yes, and one more thing, sound give us, if we sorry, not
gives us.
Sorry ma'am. Uh, if someone is learning like piano, guitar, and any kind of instrument, so they can build their brain power and their brain power and many scales. So that is also a good way for learning new music and playing new music and instruments. That is also make the sound and make feel to others, makes happy to others. One day I was very happy when my son was in Bangalore, and he made the song Tare Zami Par. There was one song for they like dedicate for the mother. He made the tone and sang me. I was feel very happy. I want to he with me, means उसको अपने साथ चाहती थी मैं, but the sound with the music he sent me, that connect me, that I am he is on he's very near with me, means I feel very happy. So sound make the relations very what say powerful and like this. So many and stress free. Yes, if we are feeling some, if we have some stress and tension and many kind of sometimes something happen and we get stressed, and most of the time we are not अपने आप को उससे बाहर नहीं निकाल पाते मैम. व्हाट वी से वी कैन
अपने आप से
मतलब कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई तो हम उसको अपने माइंड से
we don't get over it. हम नहीं निकाल पाते.
Yes, we don't get over it. So that time music is the best power. If we listen the music which music we like, if we listen that, so we feel relaxed and comfortable, and without any tension, we will be feel relaxed. And entertainment also we use we listen music and sing music, and yes, we do we do many, we play many kind of music and like this. I love to play piano, but when I was in childhood, I would love to play piano. That time I learned little bit, but now my son played very well, so I listen his songs and everything. I feel very happy.
Yes.
And yes, and yes, stress free like this. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Very well spoken. So who's next? Maliha. Maliha, please go ahead.
One thing, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. One thing I want to add. Sometimes music make us like without saying anything. Music bring tears and
Music brings.
brings. Yes, ma'am. Music brings tears and happiness, joy, many things. Only listening the music, we this kind of thing. Just thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Can I start now?
Yes.
It's a very good source of entertainment. Music can relax our mind, de-stress our mood, and enhance our mind. It's improve brain functions. It's good in it's good impact in our health. Uh, it is increase positivity, and we can express our feelings by music. Like if we want to, in a peaceful environment, we like light music, um, light music, like we like ghazals and light songs, light music. And when we want to celebrate something, we want very loud music, like Punjabi songs, and it enhance and increase our function environment, and a good impact in our environment. And music is very positive. We give positivity to our health, and we celebrate our function if we with music. We we enjoy a lot.
Yes. So do you
And
think music has healing power?
yeah, ma'am. Pardon?
Maliha, do you think music has healing power? Because this is the topic, na? So
Yeah, yeah. And, when we are in a sad mood, we start listening music. We can change our mood. And some songs are very sad and very emotional. We get in emotional feelings, listen to that songs. But some kawalis and very loud songs we enjoy a lot if
right.
we good mood.
Yes.
Some physician treat by music to their patients.
Some
Sometime if we get in a stress, then physician said कि you says you listen music. It's good to your mind and your health.
yes.
That is
So very good points, Maliha. Music has healing power. So this is very clear that it enhances your mood. It makes you forget all about your problems.
yeah.
All right, who's next? So many students are in the class. Vishakha, Sujata, Sajal, Muskan, Hindvi, Gaurav, Ankit, Dipendra.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Good evening. I am good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very good, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, ma'am, I believe that music has a healing powers. Music is the form of melody, timbre, like etc. many things. So, ma'am, music can be formed by a guitar, piano, violin, and many musical instruments. So, ma'am, whenever you are facing any kind of depression, problems, boredom, and depression, so after listening a couple of songs, our all anxiety will be gone, because music has, you can say, it's a power of our mind. If our mind is in a wrong way, in a wrong direction, our mind couldn't get a uh, good point. It means good, oh shit, good ma'am direction. Ma'am, you can say it doesn't takes, it will be right or it will be wrong.
Take doesn't take. Doesn't take.
Yeah, it doesn't take which is wrong and which is the right. It's very hard to find some couple of things. So music, after listening a couple of songs, our anxiety and depression will be gone. So I believe that music has a healing powers. It
Power
convert
से
it
ही power.
power. Yeah, it converts from negative to positive mind instantly. It boosts our energy power within the minutes, I can say, and it improves our mental health. Once I am fond of listening of Bob Dylan song. He was a great singer at the time. So, ma'am, just if you are back into just like back to song. So whenever I'm not in a good mood, I'm feeling bored. So what I did, I listen their song. Yeah,
What?
I do. Yeah, I do listen song, and in the night I feel very happy and get better sleep. So that's ma'am, yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Very well spoken, Dipendra. प्रॉब्लम्स का ध्यान रखिए. अ प्रॉब्लम होगा, अ के साथ हमेशा सिंगुलर ही यूज होता है. एक प्रॉब्लम, अ प्रॉब्लम. आपने अ प्रॉब्लम्स बोला था, तो ये जो अ वाला आपकी मिस्टेक होती है, तो इसका थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखा करिए वाली स्पीक.
Okay. Man, sorry for I missed your class yesterday because I have prepared totally with the biography, but I couldn't get a chance to speak. But in the last, I will speak definitely.
That would be great. That would be great. You can definitely do that.
Can we say I do listen and I listen?
I listen. I do listen का मतलब है मैं जरूर सुनता हूँ. तो जब आप किसी भी वर्ब के साथ डू लगा रहे हैं, तो आप एम्फेसिस के लिए लगा रहे हैं, आप एम्फेसाइज कर रहे हैं उस चीज को. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, I always listen to music whenever I go to bed. I do listen to music whenever I go to bed. मैं जरूर सुनती हूँ. ठीक है, मैं सुनती हूँ, मैं जरूर सुनती हूँ. So that's the difference only.
Thank you, ma'am. I do talk to you.
Yes. Someone is calling me. What's the name? 78275. You are raising your hand. If you want to speak, please go ahead. बाकी किसी का मूड नहीं आज स्पीकिंग करने का. अच्छा टॉपिक है गाइस. सब अग्री कर रहे, कोई डिसअग्री वाला है यहाँ पे मेरे अलावा? सुजाता, प्लीज गो अहेड.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Sujata.
This is my first class, ma'am.
Oh.
I'm attending for the first class today.
Oh, welcome to Hello.
The day before yesterday, I bought Pro.
Oh, okay.
This one.
Okay. So
I am new, madam. I can't speak very fluently.
It's okay, Sujata. You are
Just
speaking very
know
well.
a little bit English.
Try. Give it a try.
I am feeling shy, madam. Okay. Ma'am, today topic is music has healing power. Yes, ma'am, I am agreed. Music has a healing power.
I agree.
Agree, I agree. I agree. Music has healing power. When I woke up in the early morning, I used to listening to music.
Listen. I used to listen to music.
I used to listen to music.
Yeah.
That's it. Every day morning I used to listening to music. Is that correct, ma'am?
Listening is incorrect.
I used to listen to music.
Yes.
Okay. While cooking and household chores, always I used to listen to music. By that time I'll forget all my worries. I like to listen old songs. But my daughter wants to listen trending songs. That time we'll both me and my daughter quarrel each other. Music can reduce our stress levels and also anxiety levels. Recently, I am from Telangana, madam. Actually, in my Telangana state, in one hospital, one patient who has neuro problem. At that time, nurse played one trending song, and they the nurse make him to dance by playing song. That time he can move his hands, legs. He can move. He can move. Is it correct, ma'am?
Could.
He could move.
He could
Okay, ma'am. He could move.
Yes.
That one is trended is correct, madam? Trended in social media. Is correct, madam?
Yes. It trended or it went viral on social media.
It went viral in social media. But hospital management not accepted that incident. They suspended hospital management suspended the nurse. After that, this also viral. This also got viral in social media. That's what management suspended nurse. Then after that, all the hello, ma'am.
Yes, I'm listening. Please go ahead.
After that, so in the social media also, people refused that. I can't get that word, ma'am.
Tell me the Hindi.
So in social media, then they
social media is incorrect on social media.
On social media, people not agree to suspend the nurse.
Okay.
Then hospital management realized. Then they called back the nurse. That's it, madam. Thank you.
Very well spoken, Sujata. Try every day. You will definitely become fluent in speaking English. Your grammar is fine. Okay. So please keep trying. Okay, join
Oh.
this session every day. Then only you will find the result.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Next we have Gaurav. Please go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Today
Gaurav, it is better to say good evening one and all. Like आप दोनों को अलग अलग बोलते ना, तो one हो गई मैं and all हो गए बाकी सारे. So you can say good evening one and all.
Okay, good evening, one and all.
Hmm.
Yeah. Today topic is music has healing power. When we listen to music, our brain feel good. Then our brain want to do something. Our brain wants freedom. He wants to fly in the sky. Yeah, music lyrics help us to think positively. Music kills our stress and our body feel calm. Yeah, once I saw the movie of Rajnikant. In that movie, he gave example. Whenever you feel bad and alone, like sad, anything, you just play your favorite movie song. Yeah, and dance for 1 minute. Seriously, ma'am, it's work. You forget everything. Yeah. Nowadays, whenever my dad scold me, I go to my room and listen the music.
I went because you're talking about past.
Yeah, I went to my room and listen the music. Yeah, once I went with
The
my
music is incorrect. Listen to the music.
listen to the music. Yeah. Once I went with my friend to park at 1 p.m. And returned to home at 7 p.m. And I didn't tell anyone about where am I going. Uh, uh, After I came to home, when I stepped out into the room, my father put off his slipper and take my aim, and he threw his slipper on me. But I jumped, and his aim was missed. Then I ran and went to my room. Then I feel bad, and I took a CD and play the song बेवफा 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 निकली है तू. Yeah, after that I forget everything and I feel good. That's it, man.
वेरी वेल स्पोकन. अब मुझे ये चीज बहुत अच्छी लगती है कि कुछ भी हो आप हमेशा अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस एनेक्डोट जिसे हम बोलते हैं आप जरूर ऐड करते हैं अपनी स्पीकिंग में. दिस इज वेरी गुड गौतम. या
Because, ma'am, I don't want to use a copy paste material, so that's why I use my personal experience.
that is good. That is good. Copy paste material, so I believe no one speaks in the class. The thing is they all speak whatever they feel like. Yeah, but ये अच्छा है कि आप experience ऐड कर देते हैं. Very well done. थोड़ा सा बस टोन पे ध्यान दिए गौरव, क्योंकि आपकी ग्रामर
My
भी काफी
tone
improve
is
हो रही है.
heavy, ma'am. How can I?
बिल्कुल, मतलब आप हिंदी में मुझे बोल के, मैंने आपसे कभी हिंदी में बात नहीं करी, आप मुझसे हिंदी में बात करिए जरा, तो मुझे पता चलेगा कि वो स्पेशली इंग्लिश में टोन आपकी निकलती है, हिंदी में भी आप ऐसे ही बोलते हैं.
Okay, पूछिए मैम कुछ भी.
क्या पूछूं, आप करते क्या हैं गौरव?
मैं मैम बेरोजगार हूँ.
हाँ, तो मतलब ये तो बहुत ही अनएक्सपेक्टेड सा जवाब था. मतलब आप स्टूडेंट हैं, वर्किंग
मैम मैंने ना M.Com के बाद 2 साल की SSC CGL की कोचिंग ली थी.
ओहो, अच्छा.
लेकिन वहाँ पे नहीं हो पाया. मेरा टायर 1 क्लियर हुआ लेकिन टायर 2 नहीं हो पाता मुझसे ना.
अच्छा.
तो फिर मैं अब इसके MNC के लिए ट्राई करना चाह रहा हूँ इसी महीने. हाँ,
चलिए ठीक है. वैसे गौरव हिंदी में आप सही बोल रहे हैं, आपकी जो टोन आती है ना ये इंग्लिश में ही आती है, तो उसको थोड़ा सा ठीक करिए. वही मैं आपसे बोलूंगी, थोड़ा सा बनावट थोड़ी सी लेकर आइए अपने अंदर. स्पीकिंग में अच्छी लगती है वो बनावट इंग्लिश
कैसे
में.
करूँ मैम वो?
अब ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन करना तो पड़ेगा. मुझे बस ये
but ma'am, he doesn't come on
hello English time. If he come in English time and conversation with other people, he will definitely improve.
Conversation is not a verb. Conversate. If he
Conversate.
comes, if he comes to to English
Learn it.
times and conversate with other people, he will definitely improve. Yes, Gaurav, why don't you conversate there? अगर आप free हैं, बेरोजगार हैं, तो आपके पास तो बहुत ज़्यादा time होना चाहिए.
No, ma'am. At night, in the night, I sleep
At
early.
night. At night?
I sleep early.
I sleep early.
Sleep early at night.
That's good, that's good. तो दिन में भाई तो ऐसा थोड़ी है कि वो रात में ही चलता है इंग्लिश टाइम का ग्रुप जो है. आप सुबह में कर लीजिए, दोपहर में कर लीजिए, शाम में कर लीजिए. प्रायोरिटी बनाइए इसको. जब हमारे पास किसी चीज की प्रायोरिटी होती है ना, हम उसका कहीं पे भी टाइम निकाल लेते हैं. अब कल भी मैंने ली ना, मैं दावत में गई हुई थी, मैंने वहां भी क्लास ली है बैठ के. तो ये प्रायोरिटी की बात होती है गौरव. आप घर पे बैठ के मतलब थोड़ी देर कॉन्वर्सेट नहीं कर सकते. मुझे तो पता है 1 घंटे की क्लास लेनी है. आप तो 10 मिनट में स्पीकिंग करके भी जा सकते हैं, 5 मिनट में भी, 2 मिनट में भी. नेक्स्ट वी हैव विशाखा, प्लीज गो अहेड.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so yes, I agree that music has a healing power. When we listen to
When we listen to music, आवाज कहाँ गई विशाखा की? अच्छा, कॉल आ रही है.
yes, ma'am. Sorry. I got a call.
Yeah. Come closer to your mic.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, I believe that music has a healing power.
Yes.
When we listen to any music, we can feel it, and our mind started. Our mind react according to it. If we listening to any hip hop or any pop music, our body automatically started shaking.
Starts. You are using present simple tense. Starts.
Yeah, our body starts shaking. If we listening to sad music, it takes us in that sad moment or sad incident that occurs occur with us. In nutshell, it
But that has occurred with us. It takes us to the down the memory lane which has occurred, or any incident which has occurred to us.
Okay, ma'am. So it in nutshell, it leaves some effects on our brain and in our heart, and we start to react according to it. So I believe that music has healing power. If we are sad and you want to get over it, you should listen to music. um, it can help you to burst your tears out, so you can feel very relaxed and light at that time. If you are angry, you can listen to cha- listen to chanting mantras. Ma'am, can we say chanting mantras?
Yes.
Okay, so you can feel very calm by doing this. If you are feeling low, you can listen to some enthusiastic music, and you all of a sudden you feel energetic. So we can relate that particular song or that particular tune or that particular piece of music, uh, um, and our mind acts according to it. And there are numbers of experiment held by scientists that proves music has a music has healing power. In one experiment they conduct on cows. They started to started to music on they conduct on cows one experiment. मैडम ये कैसे बोलेंगे उन्होंने गायों को म्यूजिक सुनाना चालू किया.
They started making the buffaloes, भैंसे और गायें हैं, cows listen to music.
Okay, they started making cows listen to music on daily basis, and cows started giving more milk than earlier. In another experiment, they got success. In fast recovery of patients by making them listening to music. So there are many experiment on this, ma'am. But if you asking me, if you ask me, my experience is that when you are very sad and when someone cheated you, that it doesn't work. So
Okay.
That's it, ma'am.
Yes. Very well spoken, Vishaka. But आप भी regular नहीं है मेरी class में. I think you have joined the session after a month or long.
No, ma'am. Yeah, but
No,
yeah,
ma'am.
after a week.
तो ये गलत है ना, कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं रहती आप लोगों के साथ.
Yeah, ma'am. I tried, but it is not possible to attend class on regular basis.
कोई
I
बात
will
नहीं, बट
ma'am.
रेगुलर बेसिस भी ठीक है, बट एक महीने बाद क्लास लेना ये कौन सी बात हुई? यू आर गेटिंग टाइम वंस इन अ मंथ. चलिए.
Vishaka is very busy person.
Yes, she has 2 daughters to take care of, but they are old enough. Don't you think they are old enough to take care of themselves?
No, ma'am. Yeah, they are old enough, but I have to, I have no mother-in-law, so I have to do many works. Now the pandemic is over, and the relationship is started again. I have to visit many relatives, and many relatives visits me.
Okay, they visits me.
Yeah, they visit me.
Okay, Vishaka. So next we have, फिर ये नंबर किसका है, नाम मुझे नहीं पता. Please unmute yourself.
Me, ma'am.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Poonam.
पूनम, ये नाम क्यों नहीं आता आपका? पूनम, इसको आप अपनी सेटिंग में जाके चेंज करिए, अपना नाम डालिए. यहाँ पे आपकी पूरा नंबर और आईडी आती है इसमें.
I will try.
Yeah. So Poonam, you want to speak today? The topic is music has healing power.
Okay, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am. And today, this topic is the music has healing power. Yes, this is correct that music has healing power of actually this is the good way to get rid of the stress and unpleasant situation. And nowadays all are the children are in the habit of listening music sometime when they don't want play with the people, with their parents and other people. When that time we can play music, and after listening music they feel very happy.
Yes.
And they spend their time very nicely, and they have I mean to say they can also learn a lot of things from music. Nowadays we have a lot of option like counting and alphabets. So from starting point they can also learn so many things before going to school. and other things. Whenever we have many situations, if we are not happy sometime, and sometime our mood is like to listen sad type of music. Sometime we really like to listen very good music. So it's depend on our mood, but this
It depends.
yes, it depends on our mood. And music is the best way to get rid of in this type of situation. And we can make any situation according us. Like if we are alone, that time also we can pass the time. We can pass the
Can
time.
kill the time.
We can heal the time by
Kill, Kill, kill.
sorry, we can kill the time with listening music. And also like someone said here, like Gaurav said here, how should he practice. Then also practice, we should try to listen the English music. And also we can also practice. We have lots of app on YouTube and everywhere. We have a lot of option that we can practice for learning and listening. And also this is also everything is related to, I mean to say, from music we can get lots of benefit. and this is a very good way to uh, about our pronunciation also. When we listen any song in English, that time we can correct our word. Sometimes we are unable to speak some word correctly with correct pronunciation. But when we listen that music, like if in conversation or in music, that time we come to know about that correct pronunciation. And also another option that is we can find from Google, and we can pronunciation hour. So we have lots of option. And so music is a very good way. Also music also
Help
listening
to
this English speeches. And this is very good for we can get lots of benefit from this. Thank you, ma'am.
वेरी वेल स्पोकन पूजा. थोड़ा सा जो मैंने आपको करेक्ट जहां जहां किया है उन चीजों पे आप ध्यान रखिएगा, that you don't make mistake again. Next
Okay.
we have,
And ma'am, also please, sorry to interrupt you.
fine.
Also, I want to tell that actually I'm working, and I have only Saturday or Sunday my 5 days working. So sometimes in 5 days you can consider that I might not be able to attend this session, because
Okay.
I night shift. And also just this 12 o'clock session also, that time is also my no, I woke up that time, and I wake up that time, all the work. Sometime I try to handle, try to I mean to try to join the class that's 12 o'clock. And also this time I might be in, not might be, definitely I will be in office that time. But just I will try to listen your speeches, and if I will have time, that I will text you message whenever I will get 5 or 10 minutes. So I will, if you give me the chance to speak this time, I will try to speak. I will sit somewhere in a area. Yeah, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Very
Thank you.
well done. All right, next we have Sham. Sham, please go ahead.
Good evening, one to all.
One and all. One to all, nahi one and all.
The music has the power to heal.
Yes.
It helps us to write.
It helps. It के साथ s आएगा. It helps.
It helps us to get rid of the anxiety and the stress of our everyday life. Music has different types, like classical, folk song, folk music, pop music, rock music. Every type music has different. We get a different mood. When I go to sleep, at that time I like to listen melody songs. Why? Because melody songs, the music is very. It gives to get sleep without any thoughts. Uh, when I uh, when I ride a bike or car, I I used to I like to listen a pop or rock song because at that time I get a active mood to listen rock and pop songs to active my brain and I concentrate on driving. So different music has different feelings. Uh, in melody songs, we get peace of mind when we listen melody songs. Uh, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, very good, Sham. Keep trying. Okay. And थोड़ा सा पास माइक के पास में आके बोला करिए जिससे आपकी आवाज थोड़ी क्लियर हो जाए.
Yeah.
Next we have Raj Selvam. Raj Selvam, please unmute.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening, one and all. So today I joined this class.
I have joined. Yes.
Actually, today topic is music has healing powers. So from past half an hour, so I am following the topic. Many students are telling about the topic. So many points I came to know about the healing powers of music. So actually, I also personally experience about the healing powers of music, because whenever we feel out of mood, I think, whether it may correct or not, I don't know. So if we listen music, melodious music, we can get some peace of mind.
Yes.
So by closing our eyes, if we listen that music and if we feel that melody,
yes,
so we can get some relaxation also. So in YouTube also, I listened one testimony from famous musician Mangalampalli Balamurali Krishna. Hello.
Yeah. Listening.
Whenever I came to know that he also experienced the power of music. So when Tamil Nadu past Chief Minister MGR was in hospital, so he almost went to coma. So he composed one music and asked the doctors to play that music. So after some days, so MGR recovered and became Chief Minister. So that testimony I saw in YouTube, I watched in YouTube. So this is the first class, madam. So that's all. Okay, thank you very much.
Very well spoken. Trust me, you're speaking very well. And the example you have given was very good. So if you have joined for the first time, then I must say that you should join every day. So you will speak, you will become more fluent, you will learn something from others as well. And others will learn from you as well, right?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, great. Last but not the least, we have Paras.
Thank God. Hello, good evening, ma'am. Okay, so the topic is music has healing power. I think yes. Music has healing power. I want to say that I love to listen music. I love to listen music. I love to listen music, and I love to sing as well. I can't imagine my life without music. Every day I listen music, and I sing wherever I am. I'm always singing. What to say? Gungunana.
Humming.
Huh. So I'm humming, I'm singing, but I just want a chance to sing. If someone say Paras, sing a song for me, I will sing a three or four songs. If they aren't asking, but I will sing. And I want to say my favorite singers are. I want to say I like all kind of songs from 90s to nowadays songs. I think nowadays these songs are not so good, but I like Kumar Sanu's song, Alka Yagnik, Shreya Ghoshal, Sonu Nigam, Atif Aslam.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible, guys? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good
Good
evening,
evening to
everyone. Welcome to the class once. Okay. So, welcome to the class, guys. Good evening, everyone. So, I hope you all are doing fine. I would request all the pro learners to join quickly so that we can begin. And if you guys have any questions, any doubts, you can ask, especially from what we have done till now. Okay, so no questions, no doubts, great. I can see Rinki, Shailendra, Urvi and Zishan. So let's pick a topic and then we can begin with our class, right? I can see Raji as well. Raji, I'm sending you the invite link. You can also join. Sound problem. Am I audible clearly, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Chalo. Let's select the topic then.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Raji. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. Ma'am, here
Yes.
weather is really awesome. It's been raining since last 3 days. For last 3 days, ma'am.
Even here, it started raining a few hours ago, and the electricity went out. But the
Oh, so
weather is
sad.
very cool, very cool.
Yes. Yeah, ma'am. Same here. So enjoying the weather.
Yes, I'm also enjoying the weather.
Ma'am, what do you like in rainy season? What do you like to eat in rainy season, ma'am?
Maggie. Maggie is my favorite food for rainy season and even
And
for winters.
fritters, pakoda.
Yes, I also love pakoda, but Maggie is still my favorite.
Okay, yeah, easy peasy.
Yes,
It takes
easy
less
peasy.
time.
No, it's like something that I used to eat so much in my childhood. It has like, it makes me very nostalgic whenever I eat Maggie, especially during winters and rainy season, you know.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
So,
So, do you like fritters? Do you like eating fritters?
yeah, ma'am, trying different with the onions, potatoes,
Nice.
capsicum. Yes.
Very nice. Yes, I also do whatever veggies are remaining, you know, and we do not put it in the vegetable like whatever we are preparing. So then what we do is we make small like we cut them into small pieces or like small ribbon like pieces, right? And then we make it into fritters. Tastes nice.
Yeah, so I just want to do that right now.
Very nice. Have some. Raj.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes,
In
ma'am.
Bengal, you know, puffed rice is also very famous in Bengal. So you eat fritters with puffed rice.
Yeah, ma'am.
It's
In
like
Hindi, we say murmure. I don't know.
yes. In Bengali, we say muri. In English, we
Muri.
say puffed rice.
Puff rice. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. And we say like mixing of everything puff rice, we say bhel.
Yes, bhel. I love eating bhel also.
Okay. Nice.
Don't make others starving, ma'am.
Everyone is starving in it's evening time, so everyone is
Because
eagerly
here
waiting for their snack.
it is very hot today. So
Okay.
you are reminding me the best time, like when it started.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Zishan, that it's still hot there. It has started raining in India a few days ago, maybe 1 week or so. So I'm sure that even in Pakistan, it will start raining very
It
soon.
is yeah, it happened, ma'am, like 2 days ago.
Okay.
But in India, it was very important, like what I have seen in the news. So it will be a
Yes, it
blessing, and it
was
should
really hot.
happen.
Yes, it was really hot. The condition was really bad.
Ma'am, just in few states it's raining. Like in Maharashtra, still the temperature is close to 50, ma'am. 50
Yes,
degrees.
it's not evenly raining. I know that it's not evenly raining everywhere.
Yeah, ma'am.
I've heard that like a 15 years record has been broke
Yes,
in
because of the
the
heat.
summer. So
Yes.
we are the responsible. Like we are still taking it as not seriously this problem, which would
Absolutely,
be a
absolutely.
more devastating than the pandemic and corona things.
Absolutely correct. Okay, let's do one thing, guys. Let's take some if clause questions today. Okay, and let's try and answer them. Because you see, I'm running out of topics. So these are very simple questions with simple answers. So the first question is, if you found a large amount of money, what would you do? Second one is, if you could change anything about your country, what would you change? And I'll give one more question, just 1 second. This is also a nice question, right? And if you could be born at a different time period, when would it be and why? Okay. You have to give reason. All right, so today we will have this discussion. So it's not really one topic, it's rather more like questions. Okay. So first question is, if you found a large amount of money, what would you do and why? So it basically means अगर आपको बहुत सारे पैसे मिल जाए कहीं से, so आप क्या करेंगे उस पैसे से और क्यों? Second question, if you could change anything about your country, what would you change and why? अगर कोई ऐसी चीज है अपनी country के बारे में जो आप change कर सकते हैं, तो क्या आप change करते हैं और क्यों? And if you could be born at a different time period, अगर आप किसी और time period में जन्म ले सकते, तो वो कौन सा time period होता और क्यों? When would you do? When would it be and why? Okay. So these are the questions that we will try and answer. You have to pick one and answer. Okay. So whenever you are speaking, you pick one, whichever one you want to speak about, and then you can start. So yes, who wants to begin? Zishan, I can see.
Ma'am, next me.
Okay, Raji is next. Very good. Next.
Shivani.
Okay, very
Shivani, ma'am.
nice. Shivani. Shivani, very good. Then Shailendra.
Deepali.
Great. Okay, Dipali, very good. Yes,
Rinki.
Dipendra, I can say. Dipendra, I can see. Rinki, okay. Reena, I can see. One second.
I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you're audible. Reena, Isha, yes, Urvi and Sanjay. Have I missed anyone? If so, please let me know. I'll just write Dinesh's name as well. I think he has joined. Okay, if I have missed anyone, please let me know. I'll write down your name. Otherwise, we will start. So we will begin with Zishan. Okay, Zishan, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah. So, ma'am, first of all, I've been trying to earn a huge amount, but let's see what will happen in future. But again, if you say if I become so fortunate and I would have like a huge amount, so definitely I'll try to spend to eliminate the class system. Class system means no, it would be the answer of second one. I would like to fulfill my wishes first. First of all, like I want to buy a car, like my ideal car, and then want to visit the historical places like particularly the India and as well as the European a few European countries. So I would try to spend whole money to explore the world. So that's what I want if I get chance to, and then I buy a kind of a villa kind of like in where which is surrounded by the green fields, and I will be the only person living over there, and that's kind of the villa in Dera I need. And then if you could change anything about your country, yeah, that's what I want to mention, like the class system which exists in our society. Like the one is poor and the second is rich. Like if the same, look at the hard work, look at the working. The both class will put if you comparatively the hard work compared to the hard work, so then you will see that the poor people put their effort a lot comparatively the rich one, but in return, it is very discriminate. They cannot get the basics things of life to have a the prosperous life. So I wanted to remove this, and as you can see, this thing in Europe, like if a person is earning like €2,000 or $2,000, so they can have a lavish life. They can buy a car, they can buy a they can give a best education to the children to their children, and they can go for a world tours, and they do many different things because of the equality, right? Income equality. So I wanted to do this thing if I get the chance to change one thing. Like if a person is a poor is earning 40,000, 50,000 rupees on the other hand, so like I'm not saying that they will have the best. They will have the basic things, and what they think or what they desire. So the opportunities must be there to fulfill their desire. So that's what I want. And if you could be born at a different time of period, so yeah, I would love to born like 80s, 80s or 90s, 70s, because I really enjoyed whenever I get chance to watch a movie of this kind of era, that's specifically that 80s and 90s era. And because there was a no industrialization thing, there was a no materialistic things, people have time to discuss. People do not worry about the dressing, do not worry about those things which we are struggling to get right now, and compromising our enjoyment, our like number of things. So at that time, the happiness on the face of the people that I have seen in the movies or from my forefathers, what I heard. So I think that was the best time. So there was a no hustle and bustle. There was a no like the race you have to follow. Like you don't know, like you reach your 30. Right now the situation is this, but at that time, because the people have time, people have they are not in confusion. They are not in a stress like about this earning, about this livelihood. So what they need is like a healthy or happy family. So for that they have enough resources, and the life was slow. So I wanted to spend that kind of life because it's very like look at the age. Like my forefather used to tell the people normally lived like to 90 year age, more than 90-year age. So now look at the situation right now, the 40, 55, 60. You see that the person cannot cannot be more powerful, cannot be more energetic than they should be. So I think that was the best time. I want to spend that life, and I want to see the environment, the living style, like the morality that those people had. And yeah,
Very nice.
that's
Zishan,
my
you can
wish. Thank you
conclude.
so much.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it included, man. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. Absolutely correct. So Zishan has answered all three and very nicely spoken. Very good points as well. Thank you so much, Zishan. And we will move on to Raji then. Yes, Raji, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can
So,
start.
ma'am, I would like to go with question number 1. So it would be a jackpot, ma'am. If I found a large amount of money, what would I do? I would first think, I would take a rational decision, like whether I should return the money back or not. Because as a good citizen, ma'am, the very thought would come in my mind. But even after that, I'll think like the police, they can manipulate it, they can use it for their own purpose. So instead of returning, I would think that I should keep it myself. So I would never going to return it. Rather, I would keep it for myself. And like everything, like we read many times in a books, novels, that money is not everything, but money has that power that you can do anything, whatever you want to achieve. Like even I was wondering, if I have that power of money, what would I do? I could help my government. Like in second question, it's there in if you could change anything about your country. Like corruption is there. Why people they are corrupted? Because they don't have money, and they want, their main aim is money. If they have means proper amount of money, they won't be corrupted. We can't change the basic nature of person, but we can, like with the help of money, at least we can help them to avoid to be corrupted officers. So in our country, if corruption is not there or other things, in many other ways we can help the government if we have the power of money. And that like even for third question, I was thinking that like I have that fascination of Cinderella time. Like if I could travel in different time period, it would be of Cinderella. But why I was so fascinated? Because there is magic, there is that magic wand, fairy tale story, and they can ask anything with that wand. So with money also I can do the same thing. If I have that power, I can travel anywhere, I can explore different places, or I can avail the person at my service, like different nutritionists or gym person. They can come and they can visit me. So I can utilize all these facilities if I found a large amount of money. And especially I will not spend all the money. Instead I will think that I should invest that, so that I could use the return which I will get on that investment. Yeah, ma'am, that's all.
Very nice, Raji. Very calculated, right? Very nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Nicely spoken, Raji. After a long time, you spoke. Very nice. Thank you so much, Raji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chaliye. So after Raji, then we have Shivani. Yes, Shivani, are you ready?
Yeah, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. So if I get a large amount of money, so So I will use that money in various things. First, I will start my business. Second, I will buy a home for me, and I have some list. So I'm saying one by one, and I will use that money for buying a dream car, and I will travel to all over world to explore all new things. And lastly, I will not. And last, I will use that money in investment purpose. So these are the things.
Yes, Shivani, you're not audible. Hello? Shivani, can you...
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
Yes, your voice got disconnected.
Yeah, I'm facing some issue.
Okay.
That's
It's
why.
okay.
Now it's
Continue. I
clear,
can hear
ma'am.
you. Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, Shivani. Now I can
Hello.
hear you. You can continue.
Yeah. Second question. If I get that type of power, which where I change something in my country, so I will change. I will change to not change. I will work for poverty. So poverty is a big thing, which I want to do work on that. So that part I want to change in my country. And the third question, uh, if I could be born at a different time period, okay. So my wish, if I get chance to born in different time periods, so I want to born in any Raja Maharaja's time. Those lavish things. So that's my views, ma'am.
Very nice, very nice. So you want to be born during some Raja Maharaja's period, right? So maybe the Mughal period.
Exactly, ma'am. It's my wish if I get chance.
But then, Shivani, you have to be born as one of the Raja Maharajas. Otherwise, your life would be miserable, right?
No, yeah. Exactly. I want to born in Raja Maharaja's house,
Very nice, very nice. So you want to basically
That's
be a
right.
princess, right?
Ma'am, you can hear me or not? Because
I
hello?
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask something. It's a general question.
Yes.
Which when you are traveling, ma'am, so which mode you will get preferred? Airways or roadways? What you have preferred, ma'am?
When you get trapped?
Hello?
When you're traveling or when you get trapped? What did you say?
No.
Yes, Shivani, your voice is breaking a lot. I don't know why. Yes, Raji?
Her question is, which traveling mode do you prefer? Airways or roadways?
Always roadways.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I think
That's
she could hear. Yes.
Yes. That's
It's
the
a part.
question,
It's
ma'am.
a part of the experience of the journey, right? So you need to experience that. So I really enjoy that.
Okay. Same here, ma'am.
Yes, I always prefer roadways. ज़्यादा मजा आता है to be on the road. Even if you are traveling by a train, that's a lot of fun.
But there should be group, ma'am. If you
Yes,
are
of
alone,
course.
then
If you're alone, it's nothing. It doesn't matter.
yeah, the journey is quite monotonous.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, I think Shivani, could you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm just asking to you, when you are traveling, so what do you prefer? Roadways, which mode or you are preferred, ma'am? Roadways or airways?
Yes, I just answered that and I told Raji that I always prefer roadways. Always. Because I feel that that is part of the experience. Okay. I always prefer roadways.
Okay, whenever I'm traveling, whenever traveling through airways, so I get very scared that time,
That's why you preferred roadways?
No, I'm not preferring because I'm going somewhere after 2 days. So that is, that's save my time. But I want to I want to go by airways. So, but I haven't option because, I'm staying Ahmedabad and my native village is very far from away. So I have not any option to choose
You
any
don't have
other
any other option,
mean
right?
of transport. That's
Right,
why I'm
right.
asking to you.
Yes, when you're a
Yeah.
little pressed on time and you don't
But
have as much time, then I think airways are a much better option.
Yeah, but I get very scared on airplane. That's why.
On the plane, you
Yeah.
can try doing certain things. I don't know. If you're scared, you will always be scared. This is something I completely believe, you know. कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होता है that you won't feel scared. I also feel scared. I feel scared when it's landing.
Right. And when turbulence get happen, so that was very scary for me.
I have never faced that, thank goodness. But yes, I'm sure it is very scary. Right, Shivani? भगवान का
Okay,
नाम
ma'am.
लीजिए. Right. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Chaliye. Thank you so much, Shivani. Nicely spoken. Thank you so much. Okay. After
Thank you, ma'am.
Shivani, then we have Shailendra. Yes, Shailendra, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can
Okay,
start.
ma'am. First of all, thank you for this type of questions because I can think, I can imagine that I
Creatively.
am very rich.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
ma'am.
Very nice.
And
Very nice.
yeah, and ma'am, so ma'am, first question is if you found a large amount of money. So ma'am, if I found large amount of money, I will not waste even a single second, and I will park all this money in different countries in their in different accounts, and I will select these countries on the basis of extradition policy of India, so that even if government or any tax official knows that I have a large amount of money, they won't be able to ask me to pay taxes. So, ma'am, this is the first thing. And after this, if you could change anything, yes, ma'am. If I want to change anything from my country, so I will erase all my PAN card details, Aadhaar card details, and all my financial transactions from government ledgers, so that they won't be able to trace me with this large sum of money. And if you could born at different place, ma'am, I don't want to be born again because I have my dream has been fulfilled because I have a lot of money. So, ma'am, but I will go back in time in 2010 when the Bitcoin price is only ₹2, and now the Bitcoin price is 30 lakh rupees. So I will invest all this large sum of money in Bitcoin, and I will be able to multiply this money. So, ma'am, this is my plan.
Very nice, Shailendra. You have spoken just like me. If I could go back in the past, I will see which all companies have I will select the stocks of all those companies that have grown exponentially in the next few years, and then I'll buy their stocks.
Yeah.
You'll become very rich, right? Very nice,
Yeah.
Shailendra. Shailendra has very innovative ideas.
Ma'am,
Yes?
not rich. I will become super rich.
Super rich,
More
right?
than
You will,
Elon Musk.
yes, so you'll become
And
a
ma'am,
trillionaire.
and ma'am, I will buy, yes, ma'am, not billionaire, ma'am, trillionaire.
No,
And I
trillionaire,
will buy
yes, I'm
Tesla.
saying.
And
And you will buy
yeah,
Tesla. Very nice.
and I
Very
will
nice.
buy Tesla, and I will hire Elon Musk in my company.
I don't think Elon Musk is taking payments in Bitcoins, is he?
Yeah, ma'am, they are selling Tesla cars in Bitcoins.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure he won't sell his company in Bitcoins. That is for sure.
No, ma'am, he prefers Dogecoin.
He prefers Dogecoin. See? Okay, very nice,
Ma'am,
very nice.
I
Shailendra, very
hope
creative take. Yes, Rajiv?
ma'am, I hope he would find such large amount of bag. And Shailendra, as you always said, give party to Hello English group then.
Yes, yes, please do treat us.
Yeah,
No,
ma'am,
ma'am,
if I
he
get,
still would ask everyone for money after that.
He would still say, come and buy Tesla from me. Come and buy Tesla cars from me, right?
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
If you buy a Tesla car, then I will give you a party.
See?
For that also he has condition.
Yes, exactly.
My
To
God.
give a party also he has a condition.
Yeah, I
My
have
God,
all
what
the,
would you do with lots of money, a large amount of money? Already you would delete all your details, private details. You want to extradite to another country. Then
He
why
would
do you
enjoy his
want
life. I think he'll
Tesla?
buy an island or something, and then he'll just sit and chill
because
there, right?
yeah, ma'am, because I will enjoy. You can only enjoy with the large sum of money when no one knows you. If everyone knows that I have a money, then you won't be able to enjoy this money. Then
Very intelligent.
this is the main idea behind enjoying the large sum of money.
Very intelligent, very smart. This is absolutely true. If everyone knows
Yeah.
that you have a lot of money, you won't be able to enjoy. So बताना ही नहीं है किसी को that you have
Yes,
money,
yes.
right?
The more
That's
money
why,
you
ma'am.
have, the more tension you will have.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
that's why, ma'am, I will delete all my financial details from government records.
Okay, very nice, Shailendra, very creative, very nicely spoken as well. Just remember, all of you, when you are speaking, if I could be born, okay, if I could be born in another time period, not if I could born, okay. So that is something just remember for everyone, not just Shailendra. Thank you so much, Shailendra. Very nicely spoken.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we will move on to Dipali then. Yes, Dipali, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dipali, you can start.
Ma'am, I would take a third question that if I could be born at a different time period, then I would choose era like Mahabharat or Ramayana. That era I would love to born because these things, these historical things fascinated me very much. As whatever we have seen and we have understood about it by watching TV serials or by reading novels, but I want to experience it, how that era are, how people live in that era and used to live in that era, and what are the laws, how the kings were, and how what kind of grocery they used to buy, what kind of vegetables they used to eat, their food quality, and everything. The Rishi Munis, they used to meditate and they have magic powers, and so all these things fascinated me very much. If I would have some magic power that I could go to that era and come back, then I would definitely use it to know the people of that era, because we can understand only whatever written. We have never explained whether these things are true or not. How the Kauravas and the Pandavas were, we have listened so many stories that they were very bad people and they were very good people, and about Ravan also, that Ravan was but Raman was intellectual person also, and the because of his some misdeeds, he became villain in our vision, but he was an intellectual person. So I want, so whatever we don't know, I want to know everything. And whenever whenever I visit some historical place, I imagine the if guide to tell some story about it, so I start imagining that era, that how this king is how this darbar used to take place, and how the people sit there, and how the people of the country get justice from the king. So all these things fascinated me very much. Once I was in Mathura, Vrindavan, and someone told us that Krishna used to go through this cave when he wants to meet that and that person. So I thought, what if I could go from this passage, what will happen and where I will reach? So this imagination generally happens whenever I visit some place. So if I cannot born at that place, but if I have some magic power that I can go and come back, and I can know what kind of magic that people possess, and the Rishi Muni, how the people do meditation and sadhana, and how the god gets happy, and they bless them with boon, or how they get cursed. So all these things fascinate me. So I would love to experience that era once in a life. That's all, ma'am.
Very interesting answer, right, Dipali? Very interesting. Thank you so much. Nicely spoken. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
ma'am.
Dipali. Okay, after
Yes, ma'am.
Dipali,
Thank
then
you
we
so
have
much.
Dipendra. Yes, Dipendra.
Ma'am, I have a question for Deepali ma'am.
Yes, Raji.
If she could change something in mythological period, like she's fascinated about Ramayana, Mahabharat. So what would be the one thing she wanted to change in that era?
Very interesting. Yes, Dipali.
Um, Raji, your question is difficult. Uh, but the war strategies that people have, and they used to get fights, and they want to own the country of their neighborhood kings. That strategy I want to change. That they were not. They were very they were not fair at that time, and they use all type of um, do and don'ts to win other countries. So I would say that that era, or even Mughals, or at that time what we have suffered, I want to change all that.
So basically, you would cut out, like you would prefer to not have war, right?
No, not have war. Yes, ma'am.
Right, right.
And
Very nice.
injustice and unfair, whatever there were, it is said that the Ramayana and they are the satyugs of our this of our period, of our era. They were the satyugs. But if there are something that can be changed, I think this is the things that people used, that the kings used to fought among themselves very much, and they win others country without any reason, just to increase their strength. So I would like to change all these things, that decisive nature and
Deceive,
all
deceiving.
deceiving nature. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Very nice. Very nice. Dipali, very nicely spoken. Okay. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Raji.
Ma'am,
Thank you, Raji.
Yes.
ma'am, I have Dipali, I have a request for you. If you get a chance to meet Lord Rama or Hanuman or Lord Krishna, so ask them to fulfill all my wishes.
Very nice. So that Shailendra can have the money, right?
Money.
Yes.
Yes. Shailendra
Very
can do
nice.
anything to
Okay, very
get
nice, very
money.
nice. Chaliye. So we will move on to the next person, that is Dipendra. Yes, Dipendra, are you ready? Yes, Dipendra, are you there? Okay, then we will move on to Rinki. Yes, Rinki, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. If I found a large amount of money, the first question is that what would I do and why? So, if I have if I will find a large amount of money, then my first priority is to give this money to the people who all belongs to below poverty line, because I am earning my money and I don't need any kind of money from others or any large amount of money, but I will try to give it to the person who all are needed. And at the same time, I will try to open an orphanage and try to give all the basic necessities to the orphans, because they do not have parents, and but I think that they do not have parents, so they need love and affection as well as money. I think more than love and affection, they need money to survive. So I will distribute all this money to all these kind of activities. And the second question is that if you would change anything about your country, then my opinion is that if I have the opportunity to change anything about my country, then I will change the educational system of India, because I think that education system of any country should be very strong, because we all know that the youth and the students are the future of any country, and if they are weak, the upcoming generation and the future of the country is going to be very weak. So we should focus on the youth or as well as the students. So for that we need to strong our education system, as we can see that in many videos and news also. If any media is going to school and they are asking the student about the basic question like how many months are there, or what are the days, the name of the days like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, they even don't know about that. Or second thing, in India there are mostly Hindi medium schools, so I will try to change these Hindi medium school to English medium school, so they can obtain their basic education in both the languages, or they can build their confidence from the early stage. So if I will get this opportunity, so I will change the education system of India. And the last question is, if you would be born, or if I have the opportunity to be born, then I will once again I want to reborn myself. So and I will try to make up all the silly mistakes which I have done in my past, like I have denied to do my parents for my masters and PhD, so they are very upset because of my decision, and yet I have not done my masters. So I will try to correct all these silly mistakes which I have done in my teenager, or I will try to make my parents more pride because of my work or achievement. So I will try to correct all my mistakes by be bonding. That's all, ma'am.
By being reborn. By being reborn. Right?
Ma'am, ma'am, what is the difference between be born or reborn?
Be born
There
मतलब
is
born
also a word,
होना.
na?
Be born मतलब by
अच्छा.
being born. It basically means born होना. Rebirth
Okay.
means कि आप already you have a birth but you are being reborn. फिर से.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
very noble, what to say, answers, Rinki, very good answers. Okay, thank you so much. Chali,
Okay.
after Rinki, then we have
Okay.
Reena. Yes, Reena, are you
Ma'am.
ready? Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Dipendra, are you ready?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm ready.
Ma'am,
Actually,
can
I
you add
got
my
a
name,
call
ma'am?
from you.
Yes, Vinny, I'm adding. Okay, Reena, just wait a second, then let Dipendra speak. Yes, Dipendra, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for giving the topic, and it was very good, ma'am. I love to speak non-stop. So, ma'am, if you found a large amount of money, what do you do? Ma'am, being a millionaire, definitely it's my dream. I want to buy a house inside a New York City, to live in a life in a downtown city. It is very good. And actually living in New York, I can say, ma'am, it is very treasure where that I will live there. But let's see what's happening in the future, ma'am. And ma'am, I'm talking about another thing, because I'm very fond of traveling. So if I have a very means large amount of money, I would like to travel all over the world. So I will get a different type of foods, so I can eat some type of delicious food. Because now, talking about myself, I'm eating each and every day dal bhat, so it is not a good. I'm frustration with my food, so I want to explore new foods in each and every country. So it will be better. So test how is the food, and so I will know about the language, how people are living in different country, how they talk, how they wear different types of clothes. So language and food, and especially living in a different.
Yes, Dipendra, you can continue. What happened? You're muted. Yes, Dipendra, आप unmute करके बोल सकते हैं? Hello. Yes, Dipendra, are you there? Okay, so I cannot hear you, Dipendra. We will just move on to Reena then. Yes, Reena, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Reena, you can start then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
If I found a large amount of money, first of all, I did take this money is good and bad. It means what
Sorry,
is
ma'am.
the source of this
Dipendra,
money.
just one second.
After
Okay, let
that,
Reena finish. Yes.
I would like to yeah.
Yes, Reena, you can continue. Continue.
Yes, I would like to buy our my dream house, because I live in Mumbai. So it is a very very difficult work to buy a dream house. So first of all, I would like to buy this my dream house. After that, I said my small business. It means one types of NGO where I can enjoy. I can busy. I can do busy in that things, and that is the very enjoyable. And after that, I said my parents, I mm, I s- I want to do something for them, and set his future. What is the requirement? I to fulfill each and every requirement. His sorry this requirement. And after that, okay, then I will think what will do. If I think after um, to fulfill this requirement, I have no money to do something, so that is the sufficient for me. After that, if I could change anything about our country, yes, I want to change one thing. Now they I heard the news about bulldozer system. It means some working, it means illegal working men, and the government come and leave them. It means remove their business and that place. So I want to do for that person. I want to change that system. First while I will try to write this name, what is the and I want to know what is the need of the person and do something else. Yes, it is necessary to remove but I want to set that future, his future. If someone to know, someone to do something, then I want to give some solution, some advice. If you want to do that place, you can work do. And after that, I remove his place, his shop, and that system, because I feel that yes, government come and destroy his shop, his business. That is very bad system, because that time government should that destroy only they are destroying only one shop, but I think they are destroying his family, his all members. They are spoiling his future. So that is a very bad situation and bad thing. So I would like to change that thing. And in last question, if I could be born in different time period, no, my time period is good, I think, because I heard each and every period had some problem. It means you have to face some problem. For example, nowadays Aradhya Bachchan and Isha Ambani, I think Aradhya Bachchan is not, but Isha Ambani's age is same as my age. But I think she is not need to change time period. So yes, I don't like to change my time period. Yes, I want to change the money condition in uh, yes, economic condition. I would like to change, but my time period is also good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, very nice, Reena. Very well spoken. Keep practicing, keep speaking. Thank you so much. Okay, Dipendra, you can continue. Are you there?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, really
Yes, you
sorry
can
for that.
conclude.
Actually,
It's
I
okay. It's
got a
okay.
call. Yeah,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'm continuing with that. Ma'am,
Yes.
like traveling each and every country, you will get a different type of experience, new experience with their culture. I will be part of their festival and enjoy with them. So it will be fun for me, and I will understand all the things that it is totally similarity with my culture or not. So I will know and get idea how the people talk, if they are talking with a rude word or politely, how they talk with me, if they are giving so much like accommodation food for me. So how they ma'am, how they like handle the situation. So I will attend, I will visit all over the country in the world if I have a big amount of money, and explore the some of like amazing things in this world, like a Baikal Lake, which is in Rus. So in a like a winter season, it will be frozen. So I will be like playing games on the Baikal Lake, and after that I will be go in Egypt country. So I will explore those Egyptian pyramids and see close to all the pyramids. So I feel how pyramids look and what is the meaning of Egyptian pyramids. Then ma'am, there are so many such of mysterious building in this world. So I explore the Burj Khalifa. So it is exciting journey for me, as well as I will know about the people, their language, food, culture. I even living in a different type of environment. So I think ma'am, this is the topic. So I will be speak even more than an hour. So I just stop
Very
it.
nice. Yes, yes. You
Other
can
member have,
conclude,
and
Dipendra.
I'm going with second question. Then in my country, I would like to change. I would give a lot of facility in health sector, because ma'am, health is most important thing in our life. Once if I lose my health, it's very hard to recover and get it back, because health is a treasure of our life. Because I saw in many, because whenever I visited a hospital, I saw the system was not good, or they are taking their money but not giving a good way to treatment. So it's very hard. So I want to provide them a good facility like a medical instrument, medicine, which is in a cheapest way. So it's a really um, amazing thing, because nowadays people can fight, people can learn a lot of money, but in corona situation, in COVID-19 situation, even United States, the British, England, they were all country were held to finding a vaccine of COVID-19. So it's a very bad for all of the country, because they are doing their best, but they couldn't find. So because they were rich in our education. So I must think, ma'am, if you are spending a lot of money, just like United States spent $2 trillion in the Afghanistan, if they spend $2 trillion in health sector, now uh, it would be something better, you can say. It would be something different talking about. So nowadays people will get the treatment of cancer, or like ulcer, a spine tumor. So there are some like a biggest disease, so we can't handle like a kidney problem, we can't afford for it. But if you have a good facility, if you are in a good like a background, so we can only afford. But if you are not enough good money, if you don't have enough good money, so you can't afford. Ma'am, and third question, I want to replace third question. Just give me a chance to back a scientist era, and I would like to research their mind, how they work, how they think, how uh, they invented such of amazing things in those worlds. So people are nowadays getting advantage through those machines and invention. So thank you, ma'am, for giving this topic. It was amazing. So
Very
yeah,
nice,
ma'am,
very
thank
nice.
you.
So I can see, Dipendra, you want to like travel, right, around the world. Very good.
Yeah.
Nicely spoken, Dipendra. Very passionately spoken. Thank you so much, Dipendra. Okay, then after Dipendra, we have Isha. Yes, Isha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, you're audible. Let's start. Chaliye.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, if I find huge amount of money in my life, the first thing I would like to buy yacht, ma'am, because I just want to go for a solo travel in sea voice. Actually, for a long time, I was just waiting for these days, but I didn't get a chance to go for a sea. I just want to travel the sea route. I just want to take मैम व्हाट भी सर मैं सी रूट में घूमना चाहती हूँ व्हाट बी कॉल्ड मैम
So I want to go for a voyage. उसको voyage बोला जाता
voyage
है.
ना
Okay.
मैम हाँ
Yes.
I want to go for a sea voyage because there are so many I heard that there are so many expensive things is inside the sea even like I first place I would like to travel from Indian Ocean to Pacific and then Atlantic Ocean. People had found lot of gems, expensive stones inside the sea, and I just want to go inside the depth of the sea. And ma'am, depth of the sea is totally different from our world. There are so many different kinds of creatures are there in the sea. There are so many different kind of fishes, octopus, jellyfishes, seahorses I have seen on the TV. So I like to fulfill my this wish, but it needs lot of money. Even I heard that Ravan's house, like ma'am, Ravan house is made up of gold, silvers, expensive ornaments. So it also it is situated inside the sea. So if it's possible to, if I will search this house and I will make this house, I will, ma'am, patent karwa lungi, how to say like that.
You will get it patented in your name.
I will get the patent
Okay, very nice.
by name of his house, because people had searched many times inside the sea, but they cannot succeed. But if I will go for a trip, I will definitely search his house, because most of the people says that it is the most expensive house in the world, because Lord Shiva has given so many expensive things to make this house for him. So this is my first dream. And second one is, one thing I would like to change in my country is hygiene and neatness. In India, people don't care about the neatness, especially historical and monument places are very looks very dirty. If you will go for any, if you will would travel any famous place, you will find lots of spitting habit. In India, I don't know, people love to spit, you can say that. They have a tendency to spit everywhere, and especially in village. There are so many, I have seen, there are so many famous monuments, and people love to write over their name, this that. So it has a bad impact on us. Even like our famous monuments, Taj Mahal. If if you would visit the Taj Mahal, and you will, if you will use the washroom of it, it is a pathetic condition, it is in pathetic condition. So we have to learn how to keep ourselves clean, and even the country. It's our responsibility, not our PM's and CM's responsibility. If I, ma'am, it's not possible to keep, PM cannot clean all the villages, states, districts. So it's, we have to at least take initiative to clean our city. If I get chance to, I will work on this thing. And third one is, yeah, I believe in technology, and I love technology world, especially. So if I get a chance to, and born, I would love to born in a modern period time. Like in modern period in future, I know we don't need car, because we have a flying car. You don't need to take passport and visa for to travel other countries. It will be so easier for, maybe in 2 hours you can reach in Europe also. So even the technology make our life very comfortable and easier. So that's it. Done, ma'am. Am I
Very
audible?
nice. Yes, Isha, you're audible. Very nice, Isha. So Isha is very sure that in future we will definitely not need cars, right? And we don't even need visa to travel anywhere. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I want to say something. I would love to accompany Isha on sea voyage.
Very nice. So Isha will take us all on sea voyage in her yacht. Yes.
I will also, ma'am, go with Isha.
Very nice. Very nice.
हम लोग सारे लोग जाएंगे on sea voyage.
Very nice. Very nice. Isha has very innovative answers, something that I have never heard of. Right. So she wants to patent Ravan's Mahal, and she also wants to go on a sea voyage. So that's very
Yes, ma'am.
interesting. And she wants to go to future because it doesn't have a visa, and it does, and there will be no cars. You can simply fly off. Right.
Yes,
Very nice.
ma'am.
Very nice, Isha. Thank you so much, Isha. Nicely
Thank you,
spoken.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Chali, so guys, we will stop here for today. All those who did not get a chance, we will continue with this topic in the next class, tomorrow's evening class. Okay. And I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning for our grammar, and tomorrow in the evening for speaking. Okay. Bye bye. Take care, guys. Thank you everyone for joining.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's live class. My name is Eden. I give the live classes every Tuesday and Thursday, 7 p.m. India Standard Time. So I was just on holiday for a few days, so didn't have the classes last week and this Tuesday, but from now on it'll be every Tuesday and every Thursday, 7 p.m. India Standard Time. So lots of you joining now. Welcome everyone. If you're new, let me know if you have any questions. If you're a pro member, you can join in the Zoom room. And if you're not, you can write your answers or questions in the chat. So welcome Havis, Priyanka, Raju, Vinny, you can join in the Zoom room. You're not there yet. Welcome back, Shailendra. I like your Mr. Bean profile picture. Maha says, hi, everyone. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Respond to Maha's question. Answer her. Tell us how you are and where you're joining from. Hi, Shailendra.
How are you,
I'm
ma'am?
good.
Good
How are
evening.
you, Shailendra? Good evening. How have you been?
Ma'am, I have been feeling blue, ma'am, for the last 1 month.
Why is that?
Because, ma'am, you are not regular for
I
taking for
know.
classes.
Yes, I know there's been lots of missed classes. Well, it will continue now every day, but you can always give good feedback. Say you like these webinars as well.
Okay.
That will always be great. So Pradeep's joining. Welcome, Kayama. Hi, Kayama and Nish. I think you are new. So if you have any questions, let me know. If you're new and you want to write in the chat, you have to follow the teacher. So you follow me and then you can write your answers and questions in the chat. So today is the topic that Shailendra requested, gerunds, and a little bit on infinitives as well. So we're going to start a little bit easy. Hi, Tanmay. I see you unmuted yourself. Hello. Some new people in the Zoom room today. So we have Tanmay, Chatra, Mamta, new people. And hi, Pradeep, Swapna, and Shailendra. Some
Hi,
regulars.
ma'am.
Hi, Swapna. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a while. How have you been, Swapna?
I've been quite fine.
Great. That's
Occupied
good.
with my office work.
Ah, okay. And is it going well?
Sort of. Like too many calls are happening nowadays. So
So you need some time to rest a little bit.
yeah. I only get time during weekends, and that is also getting used for something or the other. I couldn't hear you.
You can't hear me? Are you back in the office? Or
Yeah,
are you
now
working?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you back in the office now, or are you working from home?
Working from home, luckily.
Okay. So it's nice to be back. Sorry, my internet is a little bit slow today. Thank you, Maha. So we have some new people in the Zoom room. If you have any questions, let me know. Mamta and Tanmay and Chatra, let me know if anyone has any questions. So today we're thinking about gerunds and infinitives. If anyone has any questions before we start thinking about the basics, we need to know the foundation first before we get more complicated. So let me know if you have questions on gerunds and infinitives, or if you have questions on anything else. Amina says, I want the link for Zoom. Unfortunately, only the pro members get the link, but you can become a pro member. I put that invite in the chat so you can click on it to look at the information and find out how you do that. But Amina, you can ask your questions in the chat. I will look at the chat and answer you. Maha says, what time is it now in your country? It's 3:38 p.m., so the afternoon. Hello, Amina, welcome. Okay, so no one has any questions on gerunds and infinitives? Shailendra, were there any specific questions you had that you wanted to focus on, or just practice for gerunds? Can you hear me, Shailendra?
Yes, ma'am. Just practice, ma'am. And ma'am, I want to know where we have to apply gerund and where we have to apply infinitive.
Yeah, okay, great. So that's what we're doing today. And it is just about practice.
Okay.
There is no way to learn it. There is no rule. It is just about knowing what word goes with a gerund and what word goes with an infinitive. So we're going to do lots of practice on that today with some quiz questions. So let's first think what a gerund is for those of you that don't know and what an infinitive is. So we'll start with gerunds. Sorry, I made this a little bit too small, but gerunds are verbs with an ing end. So they act as a noun. They become nouns. We use them as a noun in a sentence. So gerunds are the verb plus ing, basically. There are different spelling rules. You can learn these. Rules that usually apply when we have ing at the end of the word. So we don't often have a y next to an I, for example. That usually it's quite simple to just add ing. So for most of the time, we don't need to change the verb. So we can think about simple verbs like eat. We just add ing, eating. It becomes a noun. So there are lots of different kinds of words that start as verbs and we change them in some way. Maha says seeing is believing. The sentence subject is gerund. Excellent, Maha, exactly. And next time we are going to look at phrases and idioms that have gerunds and infinitives in them. So thank you for starting that discussion, Maha. Yeah, seeing is believing. This is an interesting phrase. It means that you can only believe something when you see it with your own eyes. Seeing is believing. So exactly, we have seeing acts as a noun, believing acts as a noun too. So if anyone has any questions, please let me know. And there are other kinds of verbs that we're going to think about. So gerunds, we're going to think about today, infinitives, and in the upcoming sessions, we'll think about participles as well. But all these kinds of words are made from verbs. So you start with a verb and sometimes you change it to make the gerund, but with the infinitive, you don't change it. So this is what infinitives are. They're the base verb. So base means it's not changed. And it's preceded by, that means it starts with to. So we have to, that's how we know it's an infinitive. And we have the verb, eat, drink, recommend, grow. The difficult thing with gerunds and infinitives is when we use them with another verb. So some verbs we use with gerunds and some verbs we use with infinitives. So that's what we're going to practice today. Which verbs go with an infinitive after it and which verbs go with a gerund after it. Maha says a gerund is a form of a verb, that means a type of a verb that ends in ing and that is used the same way a noun is used. Exactly, Maha, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, so a form of something is a variation or a type of that thing. So it's a form of a verb. We get the verb and we change it. So let's do some examples just to practice. So we know what gerunds and infinitives are now. Let's practice this first. So he enjoyed skiing every winter. Is the underlined word, is it the gerund or is it the infinitive? What do we think?
Gerund.
Yeah, it's the gerund. Excellent. We've got the ing. And a good thing to remember is skiing or to ski is different from other sports because it's a verb. With other verbs, other sports, it's not a verb, it's a noun. If you think about soccer, or football, they're nouns. Can we think of any other sports? Basketball. Now, what sports do you all do? Shailendra, you do some cycling, right?
Yes, ma'am. Cycling and running.
Running, yeah. So these are a little bit similar to skiing because they start as verbs. So to run, to cycle. So some sports, yeah.
I have read somewhere when the sports activity involves only one person, like cycling, running, then we say go running, go cycling.
You can say yes, part of the reason is because that's one person, but it's an individual activity. You can say I go skiing or I go snowboarding, but it's also about how you're using it in the sentence, because you don't have to use go. You can say I run every day or I cycle every day, so you don't have to use go. It's not that you have to use it, but you're right that when we do use it, we only usually use it for sports that are individual. You can say I go skiing, I go surfing. So you can use it for individual sports. That's a good rule to mention. Thank you, Shailendra. But you don't have to.
When we play sports like team sports, then we say playing cricket, playing football.
Yeah.
And when we do when there is no ing and the individual activity like yoga and exercise, we say do yoga, do exercise.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we can, good point, Shailendra. We can, yes, you're right. We can do yoga. With skiing, it's also similar because we can say, we don't say I do skiing, we don't say I play skiing, we say I go skiing or I ski. We can use it as the verb, or when we have it with go, we use it as the noun, so the ing form. So that's when we're using it when we already have a verb. The verb here is go, then we do want to use the ing form. We don't say I go run or I go ski or I go cycling. Sorry, I go cycle. We use the ing form. So you're right, Shailendra, there are different rules. Sometimes we use play, sometimes we use do, sometimes we use go, sometimes it's a verb, sometimes there isn't a verb version. So for soccer, football, you don't have a verb version, so you have to use play because there isn't one. You can't say I football. You have to say I play football. You can also say I do football. It's not totally wrong, but it's just used a bit less. So Maha asked a really good question. What is the difference between a gerund and a present participle? So we're going to look at this, not today's lesson, but in the future 2 lessons. But the main difference is where you use it in the sentence and what it's describing. That's the difference. But we'll look at that in more detail, Maha, next time. Today, we're focusing on gerunds and infinitives so that people who are unfamiliar with this can start with the basics. Nishan says a gerund is a noun, infinitive is a verb, participle is an adjective. Yeah, good point, Nishat. Those are good general points. And it's about how we use it as a sentence. So a noun tells us how we're using a word in a sentence. A verb tells us how we use the word in a sentence. And an adjective tells us how we use it in a sentence. So it's all about where it is in the sentence and why we're using it. What is it describing? Excellent, Nishat. Maha says, jogging makes a man fit for work. Yes, jogging is a gerund, exactly. Well done, Maha. So let's look at some more examples of this. But if anyone has any questions, let me know. Okay. What about this one? The lady suggested that they learn to fish. Is there a gerund in the sentence or is there an infinitive in the sentence? What do we think?
Infinitive.
Infinitive, yeah. What is the infinitive in the sentence?
To fish.
To fish, exactly. So just like Nishan said, the infinitive is acting as a verb. in some ways, but we still use another verb in the sentence. So we have the lady suggested and they learn. So we have two other verbs, words that are acting as verbs as well. So when we have an infinitive, it's because we have another verb in the sentence. So let's see if we can practice this if we know when to use a gerund or an infinitive with another verb. So the word avoid, do we know? Do we use avoid with a gerund or an infinitive?
Infinitive.
Yeah, excellent. Infinitive. Sorry, a gerund. A gerund. We don't say I avoid to eat. We say I avoid eating. So sometimes it is just about learning it. So learn verbs which use infinitives or which need infinitives or gerunds. There is no rule. You just have to learn. So there are some which can use both, but it's much more common that a verb will only use one. The only words where you can really use both is like. Like is an example of using both. You can say, I like to eat salads, or I like eat salads. So that isn't very common. Mostly you just have to learn. So avoid is gerund. So it's really good to learn this because if you don't, it's going to make you sound incorrect. It doesn't sound correct to say I avoid to eat or I avoid to play. Does anyone have any questions about this?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your question?
Ma'am, I want to ask that we don't join ing to a word, then how is it gerund?
If we don't join ing to a word?
Avoid.
To avoid. So that the gerund here is ing from eating. It's not avoid. The verb here is avoid, but we use avoid with a gerund. You can add ing to avoid and make it a gerund. It becomes avoiding. This would be the gerund form, but then we have to use it with another verb because it's a gerund, so it's a noun. And we have to have at least one verb in a sentence. So you can say, I don't like, or I like avoiding I like avoiding unhealthy food. So we can use avoid as a gerund, but then we need it with another verb. So in this sentence, the avoid is the verb and the eating is the noun. Does that make sense, Olivia?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
No problem. Does anyone else have any other questions about this?
Yeah, ma'am, I have one.
What's that?
Is this sentence correct? I like to avoid unhealthy food.
Yeah, I like to avoid healthy food. Exactly. So like is one of those unusual words where you can use an infinitive or a gerund.
Okay, yeah, you said that.
So it's not common. So you won't see this with other words, but like it's fine. Vina says, I try to avoid sleeping during the afternoon. Excellent sentence, Vina. We just need to add the afternoon. Well done. So that links to my next question. What do you avoid doing? Can you try and use avoid with a gerund and tell me what you avoid doing? What do you avoid doing? Notice the doing in the question is the infinitive, sorry, is the gerund form. So Venus says, I try to avoid sleeping during the afternoon. Maha says to tell a lie. Yeah, that's the infinitive version. Well done.
I avoid eating, sitting for longer periods of time.
Yeah, that's a really good one. So important. I have a problem with that recently. How do you avoid sitting? Do you get up? Do you move around? What
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
do? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. After every half an hour, I stood up, and then I take a small walk, and I try to stay. I try to stand for 10 to 20 minutes.
Ah, that's a good one. Do you also stand at your desk? That's something that
Yes.
has been popular recently. Do you think it works?
No, ma'am, we don't have that facility, but sometimes when my back gets, when my back hurts, then I stand up and try to work standing.
Yeah, it's useful. It's so important. I think they say it prolongs, which means that it lengthens your life. If you don't sit, if you move, it prolongs your life, lengthens.
And these problems affect after having lunch. After having lunch, when we become heavy, and when we sit for at the same place for longer period of time, then it affects our spine.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's very bad. I think our bodies are not made for sitting too long. It's a very good one to avoid. Does anyone avoid anything else? So we have sitting too long, sleeping during the afternoon. These are all difficult ones to avoid. Does anyone avoid anything else? Welcome, Ishi. You can join us in the Zoom room if you want.
Yeah,
Nothing.
ma'am.
What do you avoid doing? What do you avoid, Swapna?
Yeah, so I avoid making noise while eating.
Meeting noise?
Making noise.
Making noise. Ah, making noise. Yeah, that's also a difficult one. Does that only apply to when you are eating with others, or when you're eating alone too?
No, alone also.
Ah, okay, interesting. How do you do that? Just by closing your mouth?
Yes. When
Okay.
I was in a school, that time only one of my teachers said this. So I thought of applying it, and since then it's in my habit.
Ah, I see. It's amazing how much teachers can have an influence on our behavior. That's very cool.
Yes.
Excellent. If anyone else has any other things they avoid doing, let me know. Let's look at Anandaraju. Do you have one?
Sorry, I am Anand Raju, ma'am.
Say it again.
I am Anand Raju.
Ah, welcome. Do you have something you avoid doing?
I avoid to I avoid to
So we need an ing word after I avoid.
Okay.
What do you avoid doing?
I avoid watching cricket movies, cricket match in night time at the night time.
At nighttime. Ah, okay. Why is that? Why do you avoid watching cricket matches at night?
It affects on my health and eyes.
So you don't stay up late?
Yes.
Ah, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, it's also difficult to do. I definitely struggle to not stay up late. That is another word.
In why we have to use a word, definitely we automatically ing form is required, madam. How to use?
Yeah, we always use avoid with an ing form, apart from when we're not using it with a noun that was first a verb. So Maha has given a good example. He took a detour to avoid the heavy traffic. So after avoid here, we are using a noun that doesn't require an ing because it wasn't a verb first. So you can say, I avoid food, or I avoid traffic, or I avoid noise. It doesn't have to be an ing, but if you are following it by another verb form, it's always the gerund form. So here we have the to avoid, the infinitive form here. And I said another one, which also is followed by the infinitive form. I struggle to sleep. We don't say struggle sleeping. We always follow it by the infinitive. I struggle to sleep early, or I struggle to wake up early. V, you have your hand raised. Do you have something you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I avoid watching screen for much time.
I avoid watching the screen for too long, you can say.
Yes.
Or we usually watch a film, TV, a play. So you can say, I avoid looking at the screen for too long.
Ma'am, for longer period of times, is it correct?
We don't use longer unless we are comparing to something else. So you can say for a long time.
For a long time.
I avoid looking at the screen for a long time.
I avoid sitting at one place for a long time.
Yeah, we usually say sitting in one place. That's a good one. I avoid sitting in one place. For too long is a little bit more common. For too long. For a long time. So Vishal, I'm just going to mute you. Vishal, are you asking a question? Okay, you can unmute yourself if you have a question, Vishal.
Ma'am, I have sent you one message.
Okay, I'll have a look at it in a moment. I just want to check. Ananda Raju, did I answer your question? Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, madam, I'm not in the starting in the class once. Gerund means we have to use the gerund after before sitting. Any ing form we can use the gerund, madam.
So let's summarize it. So yes, let's think about what it means. So a gerund is a verb started as a verb with ing at the end, and it makes it a noun.
Okay.
So it's used as a noun. So when we use it as a noun, we have another verb in the sentence because a sentence has to have a verb in it. So some verbs are always used with a gerund, not an infinitive.
Okay.
So because the gerund is a noun, it doesn't act as a verb in the sentence. It acts as a noun. So words like enjoyed, he enjoyed. We don't say to ski, we say he enjoyed skiing. That's followed by the gerund. Avoid is another one. I avoid eating. So some words always have the gerund after them. Does that help?
Yes, yes.
We're going to do more practice now. Yeah, so Shailendra's mentioned, okay, Shailendra, I'll answer that question at the end of the lesson. If anyone has any other questions, let me know. Nishan said gerund is the subject plus the verb plus the gerund. And an extra, yeah, you can have an extra. You can have the preposition at the end. You can have an adverb, an extra detail somewhere else in the sentence. So there are other things you can add. An infinitive is a subject plus the verb plus to verb plus extra. Yeah, you can think of it like that, Nisha. Exactly. That's a good way to think of it. Well done. So let's look at another word, another verb. Pretend. Do we follow pretend with a gerund or an infinitive? What do we think?
Infinitive?
Yeah, exactly, an infinitive. You can say he pretended to be sad.
Yes.
So we have the to be, or they pretended to read the book for their book club.
Like he pretended to be someone else.
Yeah, exactly. To be someone else. Yeah. So we follow this with the infinitive form. It doesn't always have to have an infinitive after it, but if you're using a verb form, it's not going to be the gerund. It's going to be an infinitive. So you can say other things. He pretended that he was sad. It's another way of phrasing that sentence without using the infinitive.
Like he pretended as if he was working.
Yeah, exactly. So you would say he pretended to work.
Okay.
He pretended to work. So we follow this usually with an infinitive. He pretended to work. The other way of phrasing it, like you said, Shailendra, is he acted as if he was working.
Okay.
Or you can also say he acted like he was working. As the common verb forms. So can anyone think of a time that they pretended to do something or pretended to feel something? Maybe you got a present and you pretended to like it, but you didn't really like it because you didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. You can say he or she pretended to like the present. Has this ever happened to you? Say that again, Ananda Raju, can you say it again? I don't know if it's my internet. Maha says to exercise is healthy. Yeah, exactly. The infinitive as a subject. Yeah, you're using it like a noun as a subject. To exercise, to do something is healthy. No one wishes to volunteer. Yeah, wish is often followed by an infinitive. Exactly, Maha. I felt a need to call. Exactly, need, that's one we're going to look at later, is also followed by an infinitive.
He pretended to asleep.
He pretended to?
Asleep. Or
to
wake
be
up.
asleep.
Yeah,
To be asleep. Yeah. He pretended, exactly. Maybe someone doesn't want to do something. He pretended to be asleep. Some great examples, Maha. So if anyone wants to check Maha's comments in the chat, everyone was prepared to sacrifice. Yeah, prepared. That's one where we follow by the infinitive to. Prepared to sacrifice. I am prepared to travel, or I am prepared to do my work. So prepared is also usually followed by the infinitive. Doesn't have to be. You can say I'm prepared for, but then we're not using a verb form. Okay. So we're looking at whether we use the gerund or the infinitive. We're not looking at all types of sentences with that word. Okay, let's look at another one. If anyone has any questions, let me know. Dislike. Is this usually followed by an infinitive or a gerund? What do we think?
Gerund.
Yeah, exactly. So even though like has the gerund and the infinitive, dislike, we don't use the infinitive. We use the gerund. I dislike going to the cinema, or I dislike waking up early. Maha said the children pretended to be asleep. Excellent, Maha. Does anyone dislike doing something? Can Can anyone give me an example of something they dislike doing?
I dislike
I-
going to
I-
office.
You dislike going to the office. Yeah, that's a great one that I'm sure lots of people can agree with or agree with. I dislike going to the office. I think a lot of people like working from home. So you can also use the gerund form. I like working from home. Shailendra, what about you? Think you were going to
I dislike littering.
dislike littering? Yeah, I dislike littering, definitely.
Ma'am, can we say I like to work from home?
Yeah. So again, like gerund or infinitive, you can choose both. I like to work from home. Both is correct. But dislike is different. Does anyone have any other things that they dislike? Any common ones? Definitely going to the office.
I disliking wasting my time.
Say it again, Isha.
I disliking wasting my time.
Wasting my time.
Yes, ma'am.
I dislike wasting my time. Welcome, Isha. Welcome back. I dislike wasting my time.
After a long time, I'm just talking with you.
Well, I have also been away for a long time, so it's
one
okay.
more.
Welcome. Good to have you back.
Ma'am, one more.
Yes, Chandra? Hold on, Isha. Shailendra sentence, and then you can tell me. Shailendra, what is your sentence?
I dislike waiting for your class.
Yes, I dislike waiting. Good one. Isha, what were you going to say?
Very well, you, ma'am. I you are on trip.
I think you asked, did you have a good trip? But I'm not sure. My internet's a bit bad. But yes, I had a good week off. My mother came to visit me. It was very nice. We traveled. I think that was your question. Say it again, Isha. Is that what you asked?
It's very good to hear that. Your mother.
I think that's what you said, Isha. Did you also spend some time? Have you been busy? How have you been spending your time, Isha?
Yes, ma'am. And weekend was quite good, ma'am. Actually, quite hectic. I did a lot of work, so I feel a lot of pressure on me.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think we can all. Say it again, Isha.
Ma'am, my network is very bad, ma'am.
Yes, I can't hear you very well. But Matt has also given one that I think we can all agree with. I dislike going to the hospital. A very common dislike. And I dislike being away from my family. Yeah, another great example. I dislike being away from my family. We say we are away.
Ma'am, I have one.
Yes, Swapna?
I dislike having 5 working days.
Yeah. I think it's many countries are trying the 4 working day week, and they say it's very successful.
Like Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai is doing it now too. Hopefully it'll become very popular.
I hope India will also start soon.
Yeah, that would be great.
But in my case, we have 6 days working.
6 days. That's even worse. So you need to move down to 5 days.
Some organizations are currently working in 4 days.
4 days,
Already
yeah. Where is
Bangalore, in Bangalore city already started some organizations.
That's great.
But 12 hours per day. Timings.
So just need to wait until everyone can do it across the world. Maybe it will become a human right, 4-day working week. That would be great.
And we'll be more productive then.
Yeah, I think they said in studies people were either more productive or just as productive. That would be really great. Maha says, I dislike being away from my family. She dislikes going to the gym. I agree with that one too. Okay, let's try another word, hope. What do we think? What is commonly followed by hope? Is it a gerund or infinitive?
Infinitive.
Infinitive, yeah, excellent, Anandaraju. Well done, infinitive. I hope to go to Peru one day, or I hope to work 4 days a week, 3 days a week, 5 days a week for Shailendra. You don't always have to follow hope with an infinitive, but if you're using a verb form, it's the infinitive, not the gerund. So you can say, I hope that, or you can talk about the future, then you just use the future tense. I hope they will, or I hope I will. But we don't use the gerund. We don't say, I hope eating. Okay, so let's practice this with actual sentences. What about go? What is the right one? Is it to fish or fishing? I often go something on the weekends.
Fishing.
Fishing.
Fishing. Excellent. Yeah, fishing is the correct one. I often go fishing on the weekends. What about this? I miss what my grandparents? So miss is usually followed, well, it's always followed by which one? Gerund or the infinitive? Visiting. Excellent. So with miss, we always use the gerund. I miss visiting, or I miss going, or I miss doing. We don't say I miss to. What about this one? I was able something on the plane on time. Is the gerund or the infinitive?
To get.
Excellent.
Infinitive.
I was able, yeah, we don't use the gerund. I was able to get on the plane on time. Can anyone make a sentence with able using the infinitive? I am able, or I was able, or they are able. Excellent, Maha, you're right, it's infinitive.
I was able to complete my task on time.
Yeah, perfect. I was able to complete my task on time. Good. What about this one? Oh, yeah?
If there is any infinitives are only we have to use in any specific past tense only, man. There is that type
No.
of rule is there.
It doesn't have to be in the past in any tense. You can say, I am able. I am able to play the piano. Or he is able to meet you there. Any tense. It's not about the tense, it's about the verb. So able goes with the infinitive. We don't say I am able playing or able meeting. We always say to meet, to play. Does that answer your question?
How we can justify, how we can identify the verb in able means it is a verb first form, I think.
Say that again?
How we can identify the verb to use in front of, this is the right verb to use in front of infinitive means there is an indication, is there?
There's no rule. You just have to learn it. So it's just practice. So with able, we just learn. It's the infinitive. It's just about practice. That's why this topic needs lots of practice, because there's no way to learn it. There's no rule. It'd be much quicker to learn if there was a rule. But because there isn't, you just need to practice it.
Thank you.
It's just about what becomes familiar, what you become used to. Okay, afford. So this is with I can't, but the afford, the can't is the helping verb here. So we're focusing on the afford. What is it usually followed by? So do we say I can't afford to travel, or I can't afford traveling abroad this year? What sounds better? What do you think?
To travel.
Yeah, exactly. We don't say traveling. It depends what is followed by the can't as well. So it's more about the afford here. Okay, what about this? Enjoy. Do we say I enjoy
Second one.
Growing.
Yes, growing. Exactly. So we've seen before that enjoy is followed by the gerund, not the infinitive. So what is something that you do? Can someone give me an example sentence? Tell me what you enjoy doing. Maybe it's something you enjoy seeing or doing, or something you enjoy making.
I enjoy dancing.
Yeah, I enjoy dancing. You can add the type of dancing. Ananda Raju, do you have one?
I enjoy.
You enjoy?
Bike riding. I enjoy
Bike riding.
Bike
Yeah.
riding.
Or you can just say, I enjoy riding my bike. Or I enjoy cycling. Cycling is usually always bike riding. So that tells someone that it's riding a bike.
Ma'am, I have one sentence.
Yes, what's that?
I enjoy speaking English. Is it correct,
Yeah.
ma'am?
Perfect. I enjoy speaking English. Great fun. Great sentence and very relevant. Thank you. If you have any more, Sujata, let me know. Yes, Shalendra?
I enjoy dreaming, having money more than Elon Musk.
Yeah, that would be great. I enjoy having more money.
No, I enjoy dreaming.
Sorry, I
having
enjoy
more money.
dreaming of. I enjoy dreaming of. We need to follow it by of. I enjoy dreaming of having more money than Elon Musk. That would be great. But does he really have a lot of cash? I don't know. Does he have a lot to spend? I guess if he sells his shares, but who knows?
Yeah.
Rajveer says, I'm from the UK. Welcome from the UK. Let me know where you're all joining from. Yeah, having more money than Elon Musk or being worth more than Elon Musk. That would be great too. Okay, let's try another one. He volunteers something at his local animal shelter. So for this, you might just use the verb volunteers, but we're using it as an example of what volunteers is usually followed by. So he volunteers to help, or he volunteers helping.
To help.
To help.
He volunteers to help. Well done. So this kind of phrasing you wouldn't normally use, but I wanted to do it in an example because you might say, I volunteer, or I volunteered to help, or I volunteered to work on Saturday. So yes, we use the infinitive usually for this one. Okay, what about this one? What do we think? It is important to eat healthy or eating healthy? What is better?
To eat.
Yeah, to eat, exactly. Well done. The infinitive works better here. Okay, what about this one? You need something playing the violin. So this is a bit unusual. You need to practice. Yeah, you need to practice. Well done. So this is unusual because we have need, the helping verb. We've got to practice, you need, sorry, the main verb. To practice, the infinitive, and then we have a gerund afterwards. So it is possible to use 3 in a row. So need is often followed by the infinitive. You need to practice. And then you can practice something in the gerund form. You can practice playing, drawing, eating. Well, don't know why you'd practice eating, but you can use the gerund form afterwards. So do we remember every Sunday I practice what English? What's the right one here?
Reading.
Yeah, reading, exactly. So practice, we have the ing form because it's the noun. What do you do? What do you practice doing? Okay, so we talked about avoid. Can we remember which is it usually followed by? She avoids
Gerund.
to walk or walking. Which one?
Gerund walking. Gerund, ma'am. Gerund.
Yeah, the gerund. She avoids walking in the snow. We said that we don't use infinitive. We use the gerund. She avoids walking in the snow. Okay, excellent. Well done. So does anyone have any questions at this point? Or does anyone want to give me any practice sentences? Okay, well, let's look at some more words and see if you can tell me what are they usually, the infinitive or the gerund. So we've talked about quite a few now. We can put them in a list. So like I said, it's just about remembering it. It's just about learning it. So we have the gerunds, followed by the gerunds, or the infinitives, followed by the infinitives. So can you remember which one is which so far? We talked about miss. Do we remember what miss is followed by? Was it the gerund or the infinitive? I miss,
Gerund.
they miss.
Gerund.
Which one? Lendra?
Gerund.
Yeah, gerund. What about practice?
Infinitive.
Infinitive. Practice to play? Do we say practice to play? Or
No,
practice
ma'am.
playing?
Gerund.
The gerund, yeah, the gerund. Okay, another one for you. Recommend. Recommend. They recommend. What do you think? What do we usually follow recommend by?
Gerund.
They recommend eating? Yeah, you can. That's another one where it's actually possible to use both. So you can say, they recommend eating 5 fruits and vegetables a day. But there are certain cases where you can also use the infinitive, but we talk about it mainly in the gerunds. What about one that's similar to recommend? Suggest.
Infinitive.
Double C. Pardon?
Infinitive.
Suggest is the infinitive, is it?
Yeah.
They suggest to eat. Similar to recommend.
Difference.
He suggested to exercise daily.
They suggest exercising. So it's the same.
Okay.
The meaning is the same to recommend. So it's a similar kind of use of the word. Often the meaning can help you think about where to put it. So if you know what recommend is, you know that it's similar in meaning. We can put these in the same categories. So you might say they suggest going for a walk every day. Doctors suggest walking at least once a day. Rajveer says, where are you from? I'm from the UK too, Rajveer. So tell me, where in the UK are you from? Okay, let's try another one. Offer. They offered, or he offers, or she offers. What do we usually follow that by?
Infinitive.
Yeah, excellent, the infinitive. They offered to show them where to go. So this is how you can learn it. This is how you can remember. Make a list, write down the verbs that follow. And then it's just about writing example sentences to help you remember, and practice writing example sentences to just get in the habit of remembering which ones go where. Okay, let's try another one. Hope. We did hope. Can we remember where this goes? Is it usually with the gerund or infinitive? Hope. I think they hope.
To infinitive.
Yeah, excellent. They hope to visit America one day, or they hope to pass their exams with good marks.
But
Okay, let's.
ma'am, for hope,
Yeah.
like if we say, I hope everything will be fine. So is this sentence goes as infinitive?
So it's not infinitive. We're not saying that these words always have to be followed by the infinitive or the gerund. It's just that if you had to choose one, which one? So there are other ways to phrase these sentences. For example, suggest doesn't have to always be followed by the gerund, but we know it can't be followed by the infinitive. So you say, I suggest that they go for a walk. It's not followed by the gerund or the infinitive, but the sentence is still right. So there are more than one type of way to phrase the sentence. Does that make sense, Swapna? So yes, give me your sentence again. They hope.
I
hope.
hope everything will be fine.
Yeah, I hope everything will be fine. Nothing wrong with that. That's a perfect sentence. So we're just not following it with another kind of verb form.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with that. So this is just remembering whether we use the gerunds or the infinitive, because often it's easy to get confused. You might say, I suggest to go for a walk, or I suggest, or I offer walking. We just don't want to get them confused.
Yeah,
because it is about learning it. Okay, so let's think of another word. One that is very similar to what we've talked about. We've mentioned like. What about would like? What do we think? Where would like go? Is it in a different one?
Infinitive.
Yeah, exactly. So like can be gerund or infinitive, but would like, we don't say I would like eating. We would normally say I would like to eat. So would like is the infinitive. What about promise? You know where promise goes. Promise.
Infinitive.
Yeah, infinitive, exactly. Like that. I promised to help them with their studies, or they promised to visit me. So it's just about learning it. So we've covered the basics on gerunds and infinitives. We're going to look at this in more detail next time and start thinking about participles, which are also another verb form, a form of a verb changed to use it in a different way in the sentence. Does anyone have any questions about this topic or any sentences they want to check? Okay, so try and make a list. If you're struggling to remember this, make a list, write it down, write down all the verbs that you use a lot or that you get confused or the ones that you make mistakes with. Maybe you say, I offer helping instead of I offer to help. Write it down. That's a way to remember it. Okay, so Shailendra, your question. Let's see, what question did you say? You had two options. Do you mind if I put it on the screen so everyone can see?
Yeah, baby.
Okay, so you had two. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Okay, Ukraine on Wednesday accused Russia of planning to hold a military parade in Mariupol. That's fine. Accused Russia of planning. Holding is wrong. The second one is wrong. The first one is correct.
Okay, ma'am. Why, ma'am?
Well, again, there's many reasons why, and we can talk about the grammar and get complicated, but a way to think of it is it's very uncommon to have two ing forms next to each other. It does happen, but it's very uncommon.
Okay.
So of planning, holding, it's just not quite right. So planning to hold. If you're going to have a gerund, an ing form and an infinitive form together, it's unlikely to have two infinitives or two gerunds. It's the simplest way to talk about it now without taking too much time.
Okay. So, ma'am, it means we don't generally put two gerunds together.
yeah, that's one thing to think about based on linking it to this topic. There are other things that we could talk about, but I want to kind of link it to what we've talked about with this topic. So yeah, it's not very common. It does happen, but it's very uncommon. Another reason is also when we talk about the future, we often use to. To do this, they are going to do something. So it's kind of common as well. Going to, planning to, we're thinking about the future. But this is the correct one. Does that help, Shalendra?
Yeah, ma'am.
But good sentence. Did you write this?
No, ma'am. I did not write it. I saw it in today's newspaper.
Okay. Good sentence. Good question. Well done, Shalendra. So I hope this was useful, Shalendra. This was your topic. Did it cover some of the key things you wanted to go through?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Definitely.
Good. Okay, so we're going to carry on with this topic in a bit more detail, a bit more complex. Do you have anything specifically you want to focus on for next Tuesday, Shalendra, on gerunds or infinitives? Are there any words you want to practice?
No, ma'am. I want to continue practice with this topic.
Okay, just practicing using it. Okay, great, Shalendra. I'm glad it's helpful. Swapna, I think you have a question.
Yeah, ma'am. Not related to this, but like we have accuracy, right? So what is the root word for this? Is it
a rude
like
word?
accurate, right?
What do you mean by a rude word?
Root. RWT.
A root word.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my hearing today. Some days my hearing is just not good. A root word of accuracy. Well, when we talk about roots, we're talking about where the word came from originally, the origins of the word. Usually, you can also talk about the root as in, is there a suffix or is there a prefix added on? But in this case, there's no suffix or prefix. There's no beginning in word. For example, if you say something is inaccurate, you would say the root is accurate, and then you have the suffix, the prefix in at the beginning, inaccurate. Does that make sense?
So for accuracy, it is not like accurate plus ACY that became accuracy, right?
Not quite, because that's when we're thinking of prefixes and suffixes, but what's happening here is it's just a different form of the word. So accurate or inaccurate is the adjective. Accuracy is the noun. So often you just have similar endings or similar ways to form the word when you have adjectives or when you have nouns. So for example, we've seen ing, it's a noun, right? When we add it. But with some words, there's that is just the word form for the noun. This is just the word form for the adjective. It's like if a word ends in ment, it might often be a noun. For example, movement, you're adding ment to move to make the noun. So you go, move is the verb. And movement is the noun. So we do have a root there. The root is move and movement is adding a suffix. But in this case, you just have to learn accuracy, accurate. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
hope that answered your question, no problem. Ananda Raju, do you have a question?
Madam, I want to crack a PTA examination, madam.
Which exam?
Give PTA, Pearson Test of English Examination.
I
want to crack the examination. Could you please give any the tip to enhance my fluency without grammatical mistakes in my fluency?
So what are you aiming to reach a certain level for the exam? Is there something you want to get the exam for, or do you just want to get the highest mark you can?
Yes, I want to go I want to get the good score in the PTA examination because it will helpful to my further PhD admissions.
Okay, so try and find the areas that you struggle with the most, the places that you make the most mistakes. Try and do a few practice tests. Do you have practice tests?
No, madam. No. I was not perform any practice test.
Okay. See if you can find some practice tests. Because sometimes for each test, it's about focusing on where the kind of format of the test, getting familiar with the kind of questions. So do some practice tests, find where you are weakest, what areas are you weakest in. Do some practice on those areas. So that's just focusing just on the test. But improving your overall grammar or reading ability, with tests, it's very important to have good comprehension. So see if you can do a little bit of reading with things that you are familiar with. So with topics that you're familiar with, see if you can read, understand. And with grammar, focus on individual areas of grammar. So for today, we did gerunds and infinitives. Looking at the difference between two things can often help, because you know when you're doing it wrong, you're doing it right. So try and focus on parts of the grammar that you find the most difficult. Don't focus on big things like reading, listening. Try and focus on specific areas to improve. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay. I will focus on the practice test and weakness areas to grammar and reading with and increasing the understanding abilities, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because with the test, you don't want to do too much at once. It can be quite difficult. So if you want to make sure that you're improving, the best thing to do is focus on the things that you are struggling with the most, the things you are weakest on. That's going to help you improve quickest. And then when you finish with your test, you can focus on bigger areas of English.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. I hope that helps. Does anyone have any other questions? Okay, so I will be back on Tuesday, 7 p.m. India Standard Time. So if you have any questions, you can always bring them then. If you have any requests for other topics, let me know. Yes, Shailendra?
And ma'am, this is my actual picture, ma'am, DP.
Well, you look a lot like Mr. Bean, Shailendra.
No, ma'am. People often says Rowan Atkinson looks like me.
It's very interesting. So you could make a sort of fake film and pretend it's a Mr. Bean film and no one would know.
Yeah.
Very good, Shailendra. I like your profile picture. It made me laugh. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It was lovely to chat to you all again. Thank you, Shailendra and Swapna, for coming back. And thank you, Ananda Raju. I hope it was helpful. Thank you. I'll be back on Tuesday. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Hope you get to rest a bit, Swapna.